live from the T.P.O.T studios, the game where we talk about discrimination, prejudice, bigotry, with all of the absurd hypocrisies and contradictions that come with it. Get ready to play the ridiculous race game. Open your mind.
The Prophet of Thought. The Prophet of Thought. You know. The Prophet of Thought. Prophet of Thought. Open your mind, 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 open your mind.
And we are back. Peace, folks. And welcome back to another edition of the Proper Thought series right here on the old T.P.O.T YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Tonight, the ridiculous race game has returned. And tonight, the topic will be religion. Yeah, religion. And you know what we do here on the ridiculous race game. We talk about prejudice, bigotry, discrimination, and we have a few laughs at racism's expense. But before we get started, you know, I always start the stream off with thanking you good folks for your likes, your shares, your views, your subs, and of course, your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. Because I realize, man, you don't have to do it, man. You don't have to show up to these goddamn streams, man. You don't have to like it. You don't have to share it. You don't have to view it or sub to this platform. And you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned coins here. But you good folk, man, you choose to do so, man. Night after night, week after week, you are here when you can be anywhere. And I want you to know, man, I don't take you good folks lightly, man. I never have and I never will. You got my word on that. I'm humbled. I'm honored. And most importantly, man, I'm appreciative of all you good folks, man. And y'all know I don't say this to kiss your butt, because by now you know X don't kiss your black butts. I say it because I really mean it, man. All right? All right. So let's get at it. None of my contestants have arrived as of yet, but until they do, y'all know we gotta start the show off as promised with our excuse me, y'all. God damn. As promised with the new segment that we refer to as the old mama of the day. Yeah, we doing old mama of the day. And as promised, I have a new old mama story for you. So let me go ahead and pull that up right quick. Today's mama of the day says here, mom decapitates 6-year-old son and dog, claims the devil was speaking to her. Let's listen.
We did it. We sold out.
That's 13,000 chances to win and help the kids at St. Jude.
So if you've been part of the St. Jude Dream Home giveaway,
We want to say
Fair use.
ginormous thank you.
And don't forget to watch Fox 19 Now in the morning on June 20.
Always a goddamn commercial, y'all. Hold on.
The 6-year-old boy. And we want to warn you that court
Hold
got
on.
heartbreaking death of a child in Kansas City. The child's mother has now been charged with murdering the 6-year-old boy. And
Fair
we want
use.
to warn you that court documents reveal some graphic information. You may want to mute your television if you do not want to hear this. KCTV5's Nathan Vickers is live at the scene with those details. Nathan.
Brad, those documents tell that something really terrible and tragic happened here. It's a tragedy that's broken hearts. You can see back there, people have been putting out balloons and toys for that family, and people have been adding to it throughout the day.
There's sadness in the colorful balloons and flickering candles left outside a Kansas City home.
It's shocking. It really is.
Roderick Smith feels that heartbreak too.
Very emotional.
He's lived nearby for 11 years.
Because of the fact that it's happened this close to home.
He says he's seen the family's cars parked nearby, people coming and going.
I've seen, kids go in the house.
Around midnight, police responded to a call from a woman who said the devil was attacking her. When they arrived, they found blood on the door and sidewalk. They say they had to force their way inside the home and found the decapitated body of a 6-year-old boy. They arrested his mother, Tasha Hafs.
I don't know what happened in this situation, but this is an opportunity to remind people that yes, if people need help, even if they're not asking for it, it can't hurt to, please reach out.
Jackson County Prosecutor Jean Peters Baker responded to the death as well. In a statement, she said, "The community now knows some of the terrible details of the death of this 6-year-old child. It takes our breath away. My office, as it always has, pledges to do everything in its power to bring justice in this young boy's murder. We will not shrink from our responsibility."
I have, grandchildren under the age of 18.
Smith and others on the street are grieving too, mourning the young life lost.
It concerns me. It really does.
Well, the boy's mother is being held tonight without bond. She's charged with first-degree murder, and she's also been charged with armed criminal action. Reporting live, Nathan Vickers, KCTV5 News.
Looking for a free project management solution that's actually free?
Goddamn commercials. Yeah, folks. Once again, these old mamas strike. Once again, these old mamas strike. So let's read a little bit, huh? It says here, Kansas City, Missouri, KCTV, great news. Police say a mother killed her 6-year-old child and the family dog Tuesday night in Kansas City. Damn, goddamn, a rover, he couldn't escape the murder either, but she killed him too, huh? It says, editor's note, the below information is from a legal document and is graphic. Readers are advised to use their own discretion. According to KCTV, police received a call late Tuesday night from a woman saying that she was concerned with someone trying to harm her. The woman told police she believed that the devil was trying to attack her. She denied having any mental illness and hung up the phone, officials said. Police then went to the home for a welfare check and found blood leading up to the front door. Officers could hear a woman singing inside of the residence. As they knocked, the woman sang even louder. So the police was outside and she was like, la, la, la. They start knocking. She was like, la, la, la. One officer looked inside the house and saw the child's severed head. Let me read that again. One officer looked inside the house and saw the child's severed head. Police forced their way through the home's back door. They found the woman identified as 35-year-old Tasha Hapes with blood on her legs and feet. Beyond the kitchen, officers located the body of the decapitated child. Police said they also found a decapitated dog in the basement. According to the Jackson County Prosecutor's Office, Hayes told detectives that the victim was her biological child and admitted to killing him. Hayes been charged with first-degree murder and armed criminal action. Prosecutors have requested that she be held without bond. And here's a photo of the old mama here, looking just as unconcerned as always, y'all. As always, they always look so unconcerned after they've murdered the baby. But one thing I can say about her, because y'all been listening to me talk about this long enough, usually when they kill the baby, you know, they do something, right? They wrap the baby up, put air fresheners on it, hide the baby in the freezer, or bury the baby in the backyard, or, you know, they do something like that. When the cops came there, they said the baby was just still there, laying there, and he was in one place and his head was somewhere else. So maybe she truly is crazy, because that's what you would expect, right? If a person is insane, you know, they kill the baby, you'll just find the baby there dead in a puddle of blood, and that would be it, right? They wouldn't have the wherewithal to wrap the baby up or clean the baby up, put a new outfit on it, and lay it in the bed with a rosary in his hand, right? So maybe this person is legitimately crazy. Legitimately. Because we know usually after the crazy comes clarity, right? They're crazy while they're killing the kid, and then they bounce back into sanity, clean the body up, and put it in a plastic bag and bury it underneath the crawl space. Or clean the body up, put a brand new outfit on it and a hat, put a book in his hand. Or better yet, take the body, strap it into a car seat, and roll the freaking car off into the pond. You know, there's no clarity after this crazy. So this might be a one-off, y'all. This might just be a one-off. But yeah. And like I said, here's a picture of this old mama. It says here, like I said before, she's charged with first-degree murder and armed criminal action after she decapitated her 6-year-old son and the family dog. Yeah. And y'all wonder why. Y'all wonder why I do this, man. Well, there's no way y'all wonder now. I mean, if y'all are still wondering why I do this, y'all are insane. Y'all are insane. But yeah, as promised, I will be starting every stream with something that I call the old mama of the day. Yeah, the old mama of the day. But yeah, man, we're going to go ahead, man, and get into the ridiculous race game for the evening. Let me get this up off of here. And Cyber is here. Cyber, what's good with it, man?
Salute, Brother X. I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
I'm good, man. We are still waiting for some of my contestants. Maybe they have forgotten that they were supposed to be here. So when or if they do show up, I will promptly cuss their asses out. Yeah, I will promptly cuss them the hell out and be done with it. And shout out. Oh, shit, I missed that. I wasn't even paying attention. Shout out to Brother Clue with the $5 super chat. He said, dropping my hard-earned coins here. I appreciate that, Brother Clue, my brother. You know, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. So I guess while we wait, we can go into some of this stuff I had gathered and collected over the course of a couple of days. Now, I alluded to the other day, I said that Sunday is the most segregated day of the week. I actually took that from a quote from none other than Martin Luther King Jr., because that's something he said. He actually said it's appalling that the most segregated hour of Christian America is 11 o'clock on Sunday morning. And I'm assuming that when he said that, that's when people are mostly separated, right? You know, when they're in church, because most churches, let's be honest, the majority of them are separated by color, race, or whatever, right? Even if they're the same type of religion, even if they're Christian, right? You have the white Christians and you have the black Christians and you have the Latino Christians and the Asian Christians, right? Because church is kind of a segregated thing. I mean, not all churches, but I believe the majority of them are pretty segregated. All right. I mean, if you walk into a white church, you won't see many black people. If you walk into a black church, you won't see many white people. Of course, you'll see some, you know, you have the outliers, the one-offs, but, you know, for the most part, church is a place where, let's be honest, people of whatever ethnic group, race, color, whatever you want to call it, is a place, you know, that they're pretty much the same. Now, is racism behind that? Is that a thing? Is religion somewhat rooted in racism? Your thoughts?
I don't think it's rooted in racism. I also don't think that it's rooted in segregation. I think that it's rooted in common thought or ideology. And when people have sufficient faith in what they believe, that can be a place for people with common faith to gather.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes a quest to impose what you believe on other people, or even give them the impression that your opinion can affect them, you know, if you don't become part of it, then they're unable to decide for themselves because they're under pressure, and unnatural pressure, and it doesn't speak to them at the right level when it's coming from someone who should be an equal to them. There's often a sense of superiority, I've noticed, that comes from not people with certain beliefs, not specifically religious people as a whole, but in religions, it's more common to find people who hold themselves above others because of meeting a certain standard, a standard that is often set and molded around people's expectations and things they accept. The further we go through time, the more lukewarm it all gets.
Yeah. But see, this is the thing though. There has to be some type of prejudice, because there's prejudice in many things, especially when you talk about organized things, not all things, but organized things, and religion is pretty much an organized thing, right? So
yes,
when you're talking about organized things, there's usually some degree of bigotry, discrimination in these things. So I've talked to a bishop before. I'm actually pretty cool with a bishop here, a local bishop here, believe it or not. As raunchy and loud as I am, I'm actually pretty cool with a bishop. Him and I are actually pretty cool. And he said to me one time, he said there are a lot of churches that are primarily Black that have white pastors. He said, but there's not a lot of white churches that are primarily white churches that have Black pastors. And I think there's something to be said about that, because you got Black people who are willing to get the gospel preached to them by a white minister, but there's not a lot of white people who want to be preached to by a Black minister. Now, when you talk about religion and the gospel and Christianity, I don't think any of that should matter. I mean, because y'all are reading out of the same Bible, y'all pretty much believe the same stuff. So it shouldn't even matter who's reading it if you're really about that book. And that being the case, if there wasn't some degree of discrimination and prejudice involved in certain parts of religion, why aren't churches more mixed and integrated, especially in places that are highly integrated? Because if you go to like the city that I live in, it's pretty, it's pretty integrated for the most part. If you go to places like New York City, very integrated. You see people of all stripes are there, but somehow the churches divide those people. You got the primarily white churches, primarily Black churches, primarily Latino churches, and so on. So why doesn't the churches represent the population at large, being that it's a pretty integrated mixed population? Why, when you walk into one of those churches, that's not reflected inside the church? Is it because of the belief, or do people feel more comfortable worshiping God or listening to the Bible? Do they feel more comfortable with people who look like them? That's what I I can't get my head wrapped around. Is that the case?
Well, I don't know too many different types of Black preachers.
Mm-hmm.
The ones I do know of are very high energy. I know a lot of white people, and I know that many of them get nervous and kind of standoffish around high energy, even if it's for a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
When it's coming from people, it has to come from like an animal or a machine or something like that for them to not get in their nerves about it. I know for being one of them many times.
Oh, so you
But
you're are you
already
familiar
have
with
a.
those? Are you familiar with those holiness churches? You know, where they got the band and the singer and people be falling down and spitting and in the Holy Ghost. And are you familiar
That's
with?
a good point. That's a good point. There's a lot of white Pentecostal churches, a lot of high energy there.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't really go to any churches. I wouldn't say that I'm a religious person. I have a very strong faith, and it's a faith in God as our creator. I have a faith in his forgiveness, his sacrifice, his redemption, and all of that being in Jesus. But as far as religion goes, it's become really strange. And I saw a lot of divisiveness in it when I was growing up in the church. So I kind of walked away from it because I couldn't find enough stable ground there among all those people and different ideologies about this small thing or that small thing. There's always some kind of disagreement somewhere. And I suppose with visible differences, there's going to be a lot more, what would you say, inhibition to find proper conflict resolution, because those visible things aren't going to change.
Yeah.
And if people associate that with a problem, there's a really big problem, because those things don't change. Physical characteristics don't change. The amount of melanin somebody's melanocytes produce, it doesn't change. That's rooted. It's not problematic either. There are advantages and disadvantages to the variations that we have in our species, just like other species. But it's all a matter of ideology and territory where we really have our problems. When we associate them with the exterior things that don't change, that we can't change, we start saying things like, I didn't ask to be born this way, and not even realizing that that's belittling yourself and wishing you were something different, instead of getting over it and getting to work and starting to dig with what you've got.
Yeah.
It's a mind-bending thing, trying to figure out how to think with your heart.
Yeah.
And how to figure out
to agree.
And how to figure out somebody's insides by looking at their outsides. It's inversed.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. But I got this thought experiment pulled up, and it says racism amongst white Christians is higher than among the non-religious. That's no coincidence. For most of American history, the light-skinned Jesus conjured up by white congregations demanded the preservation of inequality as part of the divine order. And I think that's what I'm trying to get at here. I mean, it says white Christians are consistently more likely than whites who are religiously unaffiliated to deny the existence of structural racism. This is something by Robert P. Jones, the author of White Too Long, The Legacy of White Supremacy in American Christianity. Now, some people consider white supremacy as a quote unquote form of religion. All right. And let me read a paragraph here. It says, over the last several weeks, the United States has engaged in a long overdue reckoning with the racist symbols of the past, tearing down monuments to figures complicit in slavery and removing Confederate flags from public displays. But little scrutiny has been given to the cultural institutions that legitimize the worldview behind these symbols, white Christian churches. A close read of history reveals that we white Christians have not just been complacent or complicit, rather as the nation's dominant cultural power, we have constructed and sustained a project of perpetuating white supremacy that has framed the entire American story. The legacy of this holy union still lives in the DNA of white Christianity today, and not just among white evangelical Protestants in the South, but also among white mainline Protestants in the Midwest and white Catholics in the Northeast. Now, do you think that that's true? Do you think that the whole white supremacy thing is woven into the fabric of the white Christian? Is it woven into white Christianity?
That was one of the things that stood out to me as not true at all, because it's such a broad sweeping proclamation. And he also said the same thing about America as a whole has all of that woven throughout. I forget exactly the wording of it, but that stood out to me too. Very broad sweeping generalization. Propaganda.
Yeah, because
propaganda is not always a lie, and propaganda is not always rooted in a lie. Propaganda must always contain some truth, even if it's 1%. It can be 50-50. It can be 99% true and have one really bold lie that twists the whole thing, have you turn against your whole country and feel like everything around you is your enemy and you can't do anything about it. Just that 1% claiming that it's throughout the whole country or throughout the whole religion. This final end is hyperbolic.
Well, what they're trying to say here in this article is that people who claim to be Christians, white Christians, are more likely to say that there is, no racism, as opposed to people who are not, involved in any type of Christian religion whatsoever are. But is that in itself? I don't believe that in itself is racist, to deny racism. Just because you say there is no racism, I don't think that necessarily makes you a racist because you believe there is no racism. That doesn't even make any sense to me, but that's what this article is saying.
Right. Well, I would never say that I believe there's no racism. And anyone who would be falling into another of those sweeping generalizations on the other end. And those sweeping generalizations are coming from the middle, pushing things to the side. And that's where the division is coming from.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's not everyone, it's not everywhere, it's not all the time. But they want to create that image. Because as soon as there's an image established that there's a certain thing everywhere and it's going to have some kind of effect on everything, then, I mean, what can anyone do about it except join some kind of opposing force? You can't even get on with your own life doing what normal people would want to do because it's so demanding if it's all around you.
Yeah, that's true, man. I don't believe racism is everywhere. I mean, that's what people want us to believe, that racism is under every rock, behind every tree, under every rug. And I mean, come on, man, that we know that that's not true, even though people try to convince us of that. I mean, that's just absurd. That's absurd. Racism isn't every goddamn where. I look at racism like the rain, I mean, it's going to come one day, but it ain't, it ain't here today. And then when it do come, I'll get my damn umbrella out and put on my rain jacket. But I'm not going to be walking around with my umbrella, my galoshes, and my rain jacket on a day that it's 95 degrees and sunny. So, I mean, people want want you to look at racism like that. You know, they want you to have your racism umbrella on and your racism jacket on and your racism galoshes on, you know, even when there is no racism raining down on you.
And it becomes a religion all unto itself.
Yep.
But the original meaning in Latin was a life under vows, or in Middle English was a life under vows. From before that, in Latin, it meant an obligation or a bond or to bind. And that's from the word religare. And there was a meaning before that derived by Cicero, religere, meaning to go through again or to repeat a lecture or reread or recite. And I'm not sure which one should hold, but I know that the first one is the one that people usually interpret as religion, you know, a binding or reverence, obligation to certain vows or life under those vows. So it's obligatory. But the other one is more practical. And it's also more cerebral, not necessarily ideological. If you're going over ideas, you know, you're developing your mind. But when idealism comes into play and the politicization of ideas, ideology, then people get lost in someone else's world and have to relearn everything according to their rules.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. This article has a lot of things in it that, you know, I kind of agree with, and some of the shit I just think is totally absurd. But this particular paragraph right here says the results point to a stark conclusion. While most white Christians think of themselves as people who hold warm feelings towards African Americans, holding racist views is nonetheless positively and independently associated with white Christian identity. Again, this troubling relationship holds not just for white evangelical Protestants, but also for white mainline Protestants and white Catholics. Now, they say this, right? They say this.
Yeah, there's absolutely association. He was just associating everyone together himself.
Yeah.
Of course, it's all over the place.
Yeah, man. The world is filled with racism, even the church. See, now we know that. Well, let me read this. It says, the practice had it that whites that sat in the front while enslaved blacks sat in the back or in specially constructed galleries above in the late 18th century Maryland. 1/5 of those included a Catholic census, were enslaved people owned by white Catholics or white Catholic institutions. And as of the late 1940s, urban Catholic parishes in major cities such as New York still required black members to sit in the back pews and approach the altar last to receive the bread and wine of the Eucharist. Moreover, the content of what was preached confirmed the white supremacy was part of the Christian worldview. Sermons by necessity tended to be light on themes of freedom and liberation in Exodus, for example, and heavy on the mandates of obedience and being content in one's social station from the New Testaments of Paul. Basically, they're saying that as they preached, they didn't preach the freedoms of the Bible as much as they preached the obedience and knowing, you know, where you were in life, your social station and things of that nature. I guess they're saying that they were trying to correlate the Christianity with the state of black people as far as white people were concerned, right? Now, if that's the case, all right, if that's the case, then we have to go ahead and say those particular institutions that were doing that were, in a sense, preaching bigotry, especially if they were mixed. They were a mixed, integrated group of parishioners in said churches, and they made them sit in the back. They made them, they were the last to come up, you know, to receive the bread and wine of the Eucharist. And they always preached from, you know, the whole be obedient to your master. Just
That's more than
understand.
preaching.
Yeah.
That's more than preaching. That's practice.
Understand. Yes. Understand, you know, your station in life, you know, you black folks, you know, and you talking about America. So, you know, you talk about in the 1940s, you know, I wouldn't even be surprised if they was like, well, black folks, y'all know, you know, y'all only can be Christians because we let y'all be Christians, you Negroes.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm pretty sure it was, you know, it was probably pretty rough going to an integrated church during those times, during the 30s and 40s. I'm pretty sure it was pretty tough if you were doing it. And something tells me that those churches were probably a minority. I don't think it was that many integrated churches like in the 30s and 40s. Absolutely not. I would find that hard to believe.
Sounds like they were still trying to whip people without touching them, whipping people's brains.
Yeah, because they used, I mean, they used, we know this to be true, that they used religion, especially, you know, Christianity, Catholicism, etc. They used a lot of that to justify slavery, to justify black people being subjugated. That's a fact, that they used the guise of religion to, you know, do these things to others, you know, to minorities, to blacks. You know, that was their way in, and that was their way to kind of keep people under control, you know, with religion. Religion was used as a weapon many times to keep minorities under control, because minorities have a tendency to be very religious. So, of course, we'll do what you say if you tell us that God wants us to do what you say, right? So,
does that sound like someone turning the grace of our God into lasciviousness?
well, I mean, if
I believe it is.
Yes,
that's
so do
that's
I.
in the Epistle of Jude. It's only one chapter. That's verse 4. It says, For there are certain men crept in unawares, who were before of old ordained to this condemnation, ungodly men, turning the grace of our God into lasciviousness, and denying the only Lord God and our Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Turning the grace of God into lasciviousness.
Yes.
And that's something they can turn for their gain or their pleasure.
Yes.
The grace of God is not a tool for hedonism.
Nope. But you can convince people of things with religion. I mean, because some people, you know, they're so heavily bound, as they say, that they're no earthly damn good. You know, they got their head so, you know, so buried in the Bible that they can't see what's in front of them. So, you know, people can be easily manipulated, you know, via religion. That's why, you know, you have these pastors who can molest kids and have, you know, 6 women in the congregation pregnant, et cetera, because they do all this crap through the guise of religion, right? The religion helps them, you know, it gets them in the door. All right. It gets them in the door. It gets them access to people's children, and it gets them access to a lot of women's panties, you know, via the religion. All right. That's no secret. That's no secret, man. You know, a lot of these ministers
And
and pastors and bishops and whatnot. Guess what, man? These dudes have families and wives, and they still got 5 other girls pregnant inside the church.
it doesn't really matter, though, if it's a theistic religion or not.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've even tried to turn the school board into some kind of religious practice. You know, instead of a structure that we use, it's turned into some kind of religious practice. And they do the same thing. As a matter of fact, it gets even worse, and it's widespread when such a thing is acceptable, and then it starts getting promoted.
Yeah.
But it's definitely something that people like to hide behind, all the symbols and all the virtues of other people. If they don't find them in their lives, they're not going to have any fruit.
Nope.
They're not going to be making any. Only way they can have some is by getting some from somebody that does.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna read this last paragraph, and then we're gonna go to another article because I got quite a few of them. But it says, in these seedbeds of American Christianity, and a priori commitment to white supremacy shape what could be practiced, a slave master could not share a common cup of Christian fellowship with his slaves and preached. White dominance and black subservience were expressions of God's ideal for the organization of human societies. Such early distortions influenced how white Christians came to embody and understand their faith and determine what was handed down from one generation to another. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this article, I'll put it in the chat, because that's how we do it here, folks. Take a look at it for yourself. What's good, brother Big Pontiac? I see you up there, brother. Go ahead, read it for yourselves. Don't just listen to me. Read it and come to your own conclusions. Come to your own conclusions. Now, we've talked about the white Christians. So now, what are we going to move on to? The black Christians. And this article here is from Pew Research Center. And yeah, it's the white man's data. So just take it with a salt mine, like we always say here. Take it with a salt mine, not a grain of salt. Take it with a salt mine. You know, the salt mine where the salt is still gray. You know, they peel it off the walls and has to go to the process center to get turned into white salt. Just take it with a salt mine, folks. But it says here, across religious groups, a majority of Black Americans say opposing racism is an essential part of their faith. Now it says here, worshipers attend a service at First Baptist Church, North Tulsa on May 30, 2021 in Tulsa, Oklahoma, to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre. Now, I want to read this. It says, the intersection of race and religion has played an important role in the civic lives of Black Americans for more than 2 centuries, from hosting antebellum abolitionist meetings to serve as centers for social movements in the mid-20th century. Black houses of worship have often been the foundation from which public battles for freedom and racial equality have been waged. At the same time, race plays a fundamental and complex role in the religious and personal lives of Black adults, according to a recent Pew Research Center study. Now, we all know that on the civil rights side of things, right? We know that a lot of people, they gathered at the churches. I mean, the churches were headquarters for meetings about, you know, marches and protests. And this is where a lot of Black folks organized. This is where they met. This is where they strategized, to quote unquote fight racism, right? I don't think it's so much of that now. Okay, now they may claim it is, but I just don't think that it's. I don't think that that's so much of a thing now. I think churches nowadays in 2022 preach a different kind of message. Now, I haven't been inside of a church. The last time I was inside of a church, I believe it was last year at one of the babies' christenings. Yeah, I think that's when, and I think that's the only reason why I was there. Yeah, that's the only reason why I was there. Okay, one of the babies in the family was being they was doing a christening there with the baby, and my ass was there. I'm surprised when I walked in there, the church didn't collapse. I just knew the church was going to collapse or my ass was going to burst into flames. But, I just don't. And they preached a message because they were having a service before the baby's christening. And I was listening, and not a damn thing was being preached about fighting racism. Yeah, there was nothing being preached about fighting any type of racism. All right, it just wasn't. It just wasn't. But that was one church. I'm one person, so I don't want to lay that on all churches or all people. One church, y'all. I'm one person, but I'm just telling you what I heard when I went to the baby's christening that time. But let's read. It says, opposing racism is an integral part of religious identity for many Black adults. 3/4 of Black Americans say that opposing racism is essential to their faith or sense of morality, a view that extends across faith traditions. Those who say that being Black is very important, part of their personal identity, 78% are more likely than those for whom being Black is less important, 70%, to view opposition to racism this way. Now, all of that sounds good. Okay, that it sounds great. All of that sounds wonderful. And I just got an email from one of our contestants. They said they're running a few minutes late. I guess they will be here. That's good. Yeah, I mean, all of that sounds great, Cyber. It sounds great. But I just find it hard to believe that one of the biggest parts of a Black person's religion is being against racism. I just find it hard to believe. I mean, I just do.
Well, you can be sure that they ask them the question in a certain framing. When they're taking these polls, they always like to arrange their questioning the right way. I think the graph there is pretty interesting.
Yes.
The shifts that change there in the non-Christian faith, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
A noticeable spike in the opposing racism, noticeable drop in the believing in God, and a big drop in the attendance of their religion. So, it's very indicative that it's ideologically based, which means it doesn't have to be fact-based.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that's one thing we as humans suffer from, right? We're more apt to stand or sit and listen to something that we already believe, right? I mean, it's not hard. It's not hard for me to convince you of something that you already believe. Yeah, you already believe it. So, I mean, I don't have to spend a lot of time convincing you. I mean, you're halfway there. You're already there. So, All I got to do is confirm what you already believe, and of course, you're gonna, do the bobblehead and go along with what I'm saying, and
Confirmation bias is a bitch, man.
Yes.
The gypsy
Absolutely.
people knew a lot about confirmation bias and cold readings and psychometry, and they had some superstitions, but even though they believe in the supernatural and spirits and things, they don't believe in the control over them. So the gypsy curse thing is mostly a sales gimmick.
Yeah. I mean, because if all I know is, I mean, I was raised by church people, man. A lot of church people in my family and all this kind of stuff. And, they're some of the most full of crap people on earth. Yeah. I mean, the church is full of crap because, see, the reason why I say that is some of the most ungodly people are up in the church praising God because they have this thing where, because I go to church on Sunday, the shit I do, the other 6 days of the week, I cleanse myself once a week. They treat it like, they treat it like when you eat a bunch of bad food and shit, you go and you do a cleanse and it flushes all the toxins out of your system. They treat church like that. I did all this bullshit the other 6 days of the week, but when I go Sunday, I am cleansed. I'm cleansed every Sunday. So it doesn't matter, and not just the people in the congregation, also the faculty of the church, the pastor and the minister and the bishop and all of them. I think they believe the same thing. That's why they can get away with knocking up 5 girls in the congregation. That's why they can get away with, molesting people's kids and mismanaging the church's money. And, they can do all of this stuff because guess what? Sunday, none of that stuff matters, None of it matters. Once they go in there on Sunday, they're cleansed, and now they can start all over again and come back next week and be cleansed again. I think that a lot of people really believe that, at least based on what I've saw over the course of my life and what I saw when I was a young kid. That seems to be the way of a lot of these so-called Christians, these so-called holy people. You see them in church and they got the Holy Ghost and they praising God and they speaking in tongues. You see them later on that night doing some of the most ungodly shit you've ever seen in your life. And the first thing they'll tell you is, don't judge me.
Yeah. You got one day a week of doing that when you're supposed to be resting. And then you've got 6 more days of partying all to hell.
Yeah.
So, I mean, which dog you feed more is the one that's going to be stronger.
Yeah.
And whatever is stronger is the one that's going to thrive and produce. And people by their fruits. Their fruits are their works. And faith without works is dead. What is their faith really?
I guess their faith is the other crap that they believe in because they spend so much time putting in work on that stuff, right? They put all this work in this other nonsense 6 days a week and then one day on Sunday. So their true faith is based in all the other crap they do, right? They put a lot more work into it, don't they? And we've been joined by the good mother. You're late, goddammit.
Yeah,
you are late.
I am, and I apologize. For some reason,
I are late. Damn it.
I am so sorry, Xavier. I'm sorry.
That is 10 demerits. 10 demerits.
Okay. Where's everybody else, though? That's
a lot of people are late. I mean, they all getting demerits. Demerits. Well, I did just hear from, because Lady Sunkiss is supposed to be here, and she did actually write me and said she was going to be late. Everybody else I haven't heard shit from. So they will be promptly getting cursed the hell out when they come.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I came up.
Promptly cursed.
I came up because you sent me the email.
Yeah, but don't leave. Stay. You're here now. You are here. There is no escape. The doors are locked. I've already locked the doors. You can't get out.
Well,
you know, like they do when you're in a store, you know, and you're stealing something, and they got that button, you know, where they can lock the door so you can't get out until the police come. That's what I just did, man. Yeah, you're locked in. There's no escape.
I wanted to help you fill some time because there wasn't anybody here, and I have until 8:30 until I have to leave my house.
Okay.
And I have to start getting ready in like 10 minutes from now.
Okay, well,
so I could hang out for another 10 minutes or something.
Okay, I'll unlock the door then. That's a pretty good
But
excuse.
I didn't make any plans. I didn't make any plans for this because I didn't know that you were even wanting me on. I thought you sent me the email because you wanted me to help you fill time because everybody else was late.
Yeah, well, I saw you out there, so I figured, what the hell, you know, I sent it to you. You know, if you want to jump on, you would, you know, and you wanted to, so you did. See how that works?
Yes, sir.
See?
But can I say something? What you were talking about, what everybody else is doing the rest of the week, and what I think everybody else is doing the rest of the week is their own individual group identity stuff. Their own like cult like.
Hold on.
Environmental, social, religion thing.
You're gonna give me a headache right off the bat.
So what are they worshiping?
What do you mean individual group identity cult?
Many the social groups that we have.
That's it. That's a redundant oxymoron because identity and group are two separate things. Putting them together is the problem.
Okay. Well,
and
we have many in our society right now.
That's what they're suffering from. They are looking to outsource their identity from the many. Idios means of one's own. How is identity politics anything but oxymoronic?
It's
poly means of many.
Yeah.
So how is of one's own a matter of many? That's the problem.
Exactly. Yeah. But they all engage in that kind of madness. So, but they do that more than they do their Sunday stuff.
Yep.
But you know what else I always found strange that I didn't like about church folks that I saw were very hypocritical? I feel like they used the whole, okay, well, Jesus will save me if I ask for forgiveness thing. So they almost used that as a get out of jail free card. So they would commit their, fuckery. And then they'd be like, oh, but I'll pray for forgiveness because I have that as a plan B.
Yes. Yeah, you can always fall back on it no matter how bad, no matter how bad the things you've done, the past 6 days. Once you walk in there, you're cleansed. It's like, it's all over. No matter how bad it is, no matter how people you hurt, what you stole, all this kind of debauchery that you've committed throughout the week and blasphemy and.
That's where the question comes in. Do you want to live in a cycle or do you want to live with an aim? You set yourself on a trajectory. If you allow yourself to be displaced, you end up in a cycle, an orbit around something that's trying to pull you into it. If you have an aim and you're unaffected, you go for it. And you blaze a trail or you make a line or a mark. Having an origin and a destination, knowing where you are now, you can be more determined in your path. But people want to be pushed around and swayed this way and that because they're watching the storm, they're watching the waves, and that's how you fall in.
Yeah. Yeah. And who is this down here? Show yourself so I can make sure you're not a porn bomber. Show your damn self. Oh, that's you in these goddamn costumes, man.
Yeah, we've been over that, Nacho. I'd like to talk to Nacho for a minute.
Oh yeah,
earlier in the show,
I invited him to come. I told him he could
earlier
come
in the
on if he
show,
wanted
we
to.
were talking about how there are also religions that are non-theistic, and they also pose just as many problems.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we went over what a religion actually is, and the bonding to vows, and the lecturing and repeating of the lectures, talking points, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And there are more people looking to affect the world outwardly in non-Christian religions. That's what that chart right there shows, where it says non-Christian faiths. There's a higher percentage there in any other one that is holding anti-racism in their highest regard. Even though their attendance, which is the right side, the blue or purple, is critically low.
Yeah.
So what kind of faith is there? It's not a bonding one. It's an ideological one. And that, to me, those numbers right there, to me, mean something unnatural.
Well, do you necessarily have to go to church to be considered a Christian? You don't necessarily have to go to a building, because the building is not considered the quote unquote church anyway. The people are the church. The quote unquote church is just brick, mortar, metal, and cement, and plywood. The church is the people. Yes. Yes.
Right. That's a place. That's not an assembly. That's a place.
Yes.
Where people assemble in a physical way.
Yes. So that's not really the church anyway. Right? So
the body of Christ are the people, yes.
Yes. So the people who claim to be Christians or believe in God, they can't be considered a church if they don't assemble. Is that true? If they don't assemble, can they be considered, Christians? If they don't assemble somewhere, whether it be in the backyard, in the streets, in the park, in the wherever, I guess they are assembling, right? Because, they consider themselves Christians, but they assemble in the bar, the nightclub, at the strip club. So I guess they are assembling, even though they're not assembling in the name of God. They're technically still assembling, right?
Yeah.
Does that count?
Yeah,
Does that count as
assembly? If they want to go on a technicality, good luck. If they believe in luck, best wishes. If they want to go out on a wish, I don't know what to say there.
Yeah, they're still assembling. They're just not talking about God. I mean, I say often, man, because when I was a young guy, because like I said, I was raised by freaking church people. Can't you tell? I used to work inside of this place when I was like, I guess I was like 9 or 10 at the time, and it was a juke joint. It was like, one of those hole in the walls that, kind of like an illegal drinking place, I guess it was, but it was set up just like a bar. And as a kid, you would be there, you'd hang out outside of there, and people would give you $1 to run up the store and get them a pack of cigarettes or get them a cigar, or the bartender would give you a plate full of, they'd give you a plate full of food, or they'd have you have a dish full of drinks and you pass them out to people outside, and you could go there as a little kid, man, and make $20-$30. People would throw you $1 here and there. And I would work at those things when I was like 9 or 10 years old, because my dad knew the guy who owned it. And we would go to church, Sunday morning, and you'd see people in there, and You know, they'd have the Holy Ghost and they'd be falling down and dancing and speaking in tongues and all this old kind of stuff. And then when you went to the juke joint at night, you know, in the evening, you'd see the same people in the juke joint that you saw at church. And I thought it was weird because, you know, they'd be in they'd be in the church and they'd be like, bum, shiddly bum, tippity bum, you know, all this tongue speaking. And then you would see them speaking tongues in the bar too. But it sounded more like, so, you know, they would be in there speaking tongues as well. So, I mean, I just, yes, I just thought it was crazy, you know, as a little kid, you know, and I stopped going to church, man. I stopped going to church when I was like a teenager because one day I just went to my dad and I was like, I don't want to go anymore. And he was like, okay. He said, I'm not going to make you go, son. And, you know, I was a teenager then and I was like, damn, that was easy. I should have said this years ago. Yeah, because one day I was just like, you know what, Pop, I don't want to go. And he was like, okay. He said, I'm not going to make you go. I was like, damn, that was easy. Should have said this like 5 years ago. Go ahead.
You were seeing everybody at their best, right? And then also kind of seeing them at their worst. And it was like similar.
Yes.
Yeah. Huh.
Okay, who is this here? Oh, that's what's her name? Yeah, you can get the link. Why not? Absolutely. Let's see here. If you ask for the link, please check your damn email. Don't be writing me tomorrow talking about, I tried to get on and you didn't let me on. Check your damn spam. Don't be writing me with no bullshit tomorrow. If you ask for the link, god damn it. Check your spam. Check your damn spam. That's all I can say. And Nacho, man, I sent you the link because I know you one of those churchy folks. So come on up, man. I need some churchy folks up here. I need some churchy folks up here. Maybe they can counter whatever we're saying up here. And we've been joined by Lady Sunkiss with the damn blonde ass wig on. Your
My name
thoughts?
is Tracy.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Tracy.
Your
Hi.
thoughts on what we've
That's
been
a very
talking
friendly
about here.
hairstyle you have.
Friendly. Yes.
It's shiny, nice and shiny.
How did you fit all your locks under that thing?
Yeah, it's a miracle.
I'm like,
I don't know who this is under here. Show yourself. Show yourself if you want to come on. Show yourself. Show yourself. I got to make sure you're not a porn bomber. Show yourself. All right.
You know, this is like probably one of my favorite topics.
It's silly.
Okay.
But with what Mandy was saying, I've seen it so many times, right?
Yeah.
And I'm actually one of those people who believe in salvation by faith, like nothing, like only trusting in Jesus as their savior, right?
Yeah.
And I've seen it so many times with believers where it's not even that they go to the club, it's that they feel no remorse about it, or there's like a cognitive dissonance about it because, you know, they'll be like blessings of God and Jesus and stuff. But then it's like they're doing the same BS that everybody else is doing. You know what I mean? And it's like, how can you talk about God yet do all, like, have sex outside of marriage?
Right.
You know, do all this crazy stuff that the Bible clearly, like, talks about, you know, that no shame. Like, not even admit that it's wrong.
Yeah. I feel like hedonism is stronger than faith for a lot of people.
Hedonism is a damn religion.
Right?
That's a goddamn religion. Let me ask you this, Lady Celine, because I know you like a real Christian-y kind of person.
X,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ty.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, Ty.
I gotta say goodbye.
Uh-oh. You know what? Hold on, goddammit, Cyber. You and that goddamn survival. I'm gonna fire y'all, man, because see, y'all have been derelict on your white man duties around here lately, man. You've been derelict on your white man duties around here. So you and Survival are on probation, man.
I didn't know
Y'all
I
are
was coming. I didn't know I was coming through until I got here, man.
You and Survival, man, are on notice, man.
I'll be back about 10.
My two white
I'll be back
representatives
about
are on notice.
10:30.
All right. It's all good, man. I'm just fucking with you, man. You know that.
If you're still on, I will send you an email and try and get back on when I get home.
Okay, good enough. Good enough. And I'll rip up your write-up if you come back. I'll rip up your write-up.
And definitely let me know anytime you want me to join, because I'd love to, but I don't want to assume, and I kind of.
Okay. Well, if you come back, I will rip up your write-up. I promise. I will rip it up.
Excellent.
All right.
And if not, how long do they last before I? Is there
what your
some
write-ups?
kind of any expiration on those?
No, they are infinite. They are for an infinite time.
So I'm not going to build up too many of them then.
Yeah, don't build up too many write-ups, man. Don't build up too many write-ups. That's all I'm saying.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
See you later.
All right, man.
But just to go on a little bit more,
go ahead.
Something I've heard that's really funny is a lot of women will say that Jesus is like their man or whatever, and like the only one I obey is Jesus, but it's like they're not listening to him neither. Like,
right.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because I know you're a real Christian-y kind of person. Mm-hmm. Do you find it that the people who became Christians as adults, are they worse than the people who were raised up in Christianity as children, from the time, they could walk and talk? I mean, what Christians, because, there's levels to this, right? Mm-hmm. You got people who, claim they find God, and I don't know how the hell they do that, because I didn't know God could get lost. I think it's more like God finding them. But, these people who quote unquote find God as adults, or the people who were raised up, their whole life as Christians, who do you find are the most,
hypocritical,
full of crap?
Hypocritical. Wow, that's really hard, because I've known like believers who like stray, like do all this like BS, and I've tried it. I remember this girl in school, right? And I tried to be her friend and, be nice to her and all this stuff, and tell her, because she was talking about fornication. Like it was just this normal thing, like no fear of God. Like, and as a believer, I mean, that really was like very, I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but I mean, that was like, I was like telling her to get right with God and all this stuff. But she's just like, well, they're taught that God doesn't judge and all this stuff. So they're not even taught any type of correction, or like the importance of being corrected or heeding to, what God said. Because the moment they get that itch, to go to the club or what, like there's no denying yourself anything, So it is a lot of times, I think, even for believers, a feel-good thing. Like, I acknowledge that they are believers, but a lot of them, like, you can't even really, it's hard to, like, fellowship with them, or, like, who, like, want to grow, But as for people who found God later in life, a lot of times, like at my aunt's church, it's a place where people want to change their life. And, like a lot of times they're from drugs and, when I told my quote unquote testimony of how I heard what the Bible said about faith, I believed it and received it. I mean, there wasn't enough tragedy, I guess, for my story to be exciting or whatever. So it's like, why do you have to go through all of that just to find God? Like, You know what I mean? Like,
I still haven't found him personally. So.
Yeah, well, you're not supposed to. I mean, you know what it is. You're looking in the wrong place. See, you gotta, God usually hides, inside of a locker, inside of a fitness club somewhere.
Right.
So that's where you find him at. He's in a specific locker inside a specific fitness club, and I think it's Planet. I think it's Planet Fitness where you can find him. You're not gonna find him anywhere else. Yeah, you got to go
no
to Planet
judgment
Fitness.
zone.
Yes, specifically. Because if you go to any other fitness club, he won't be there.
You know what's
But go ahead.
You know what's so funny is, a lot of times, when I've tried to talk to believers about how what we do matters, not for salvation, but like just for being a decent person. Like, they get so defensive and say, they use the verse, how man looketh on the outer appearance, but God looketh at the heart. And it's like, I don't know, it's in one of the Old Testament scriptures or whatever. And I'm just like, that is a bunch of, I understand where it's coming from. But at the same time, I'm just like, are you really going to do that? Like, not care? Not even show any, like, shame in what you're, and I don't, this is talking to other people who claim to be believers. It's just, there's such a dissonance there. Like, just feel a little guilty, for what you're doing. Because, it's just, if you've ever read the Bible, it talks about fornication and, things like that. Those are big, serious, like, if you read the Bible, those are serious sins.
Yeah.
Those are just, and then they want to say,
but you can be cleansed. All you have to do is go to church on Sunday and you are cleansed. Don't you understand that? Isn't that the rule? You go Sunday and none of that crap that you did those other 6 days matters anymore. Don't you understand that, Celine? What Bible you been reading? But we've been joined by Lady Sunkiss. What do you think about what you've heard thus far, Lady Sunkiss? Are you a religious person?
Of course.
Okay. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. So do you go to church? Do you go to church?
Sometimes. I grew up in the church. I stopped going to church when I was about 24 years old.
Why, you got tired of seeing people speaking in tongues?
Well, when I was growing up in church, I felt like I was only being told half of a story.
Mm-hmm.
And in the Black church, I know that certain questions that you may need to grow your spiritual ideology or practice, you're not allowed to ask. Certain questions will get you an ass whooping, So when I got older and moved away from home, I went to different churches. So I grew up in the Baptist church. So I went to some non-denominational churches, different, denomination of churches and stuff like that. And the worship is different, but, people are people, And so I was like, well, what can I get from going to this building other than to be able to fellowship with other believers, that I can't do on my own at home. And so I even practice different religions. And I saw some of the same things going on in the religions. And at that point, it just made me understand that the church, while biblically it's supposed to be for believers to fellowship with each other, I view it like a spiritual hospital. You go to the hospital when you are sick.
Right.
It's for the spiritually ill.
Yeah.
And that's where they're supposed to go to get healing. And that's why it's so much foolishness.
Hold the hell up. Hold up. Hold up. Why is your mouth moving like you remember them old karate pictures where their mouth would be moving, but you could tell it wasn't going along with the English that was being spoken?
There's a delay.
Why? Yeah, why is it why am I getting this old Channel 5 Five Deadly Venoms vibe as you're talking? Or is it just me? Is it just my setup?
Is delayed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's probably where I'm sitting in the house. I'll go upstairs in a minute and see if that's better.
Yeah.
Because I think everybody in the house is on the internet right now.
Oh yeah. That does slow it down because that
Yeah.
shit happens to me sometime. I can see it because I got like an indicator and I can see that my signal is a little lighter sometimes. So yeah, I get it. I get it.
And my house is made out of concrete, so that makes the signal a little difficult to catch sometimes.
What do you mean your house is made out of concrete? What do you mean? What do you mean?
It was built. It's built out of concrete.
The walls too?
Mm-hmm.
The walls are concrete?
Yep.
Damn. That motherfucker must get really hot.
Yes, it does.
Sometimes.
Yes. It does.
Okay.
But
go ahead,
back
good mother.
The sick thing. I was talking with this woman, Marie, who's a really devout Catholic, and she was expressing the same sentiment that it was like a hospital for the ill. Like the people that are going to the church feel guilty and they're going to the church. Like,
yeah, I saw a lot of that too. But if you ask people about that, they will say, oh, those are the people that need to be in church. The people that are doing the worst of shit. Those are the people that need to be in there. But I never understood that because, I mean, if you're claiming to be a quote unquote Christian, you're not just supposed to be a Christian, on Sunday. You're supposed to be a Christian 7 days of the week. So why would you, come in there just to be cleansed, once a week after you spent 6 days doing some of the most ungodly stuff imaginable?
yeah.
I mean, if you're a Christian every single damn day, not just Sunday.
Right. And you know what I noticed? A lot of the because I look at everything right now that we have in our society. I know a lot of people disagree with me, but I blame it on feminism and feminists because their ideology and a lot of their behavioral practices do not line up with any other Orthodox religion. The morals and the values that are in that try to instill into people, it's like these university bred ideologies go against that. And so there are a lot of people that worship other things too, like feminists that are in churches. They're feminists first and foremost, and then they're Christian maybe later.
Yeah,
So,
I remember. Oh, I'm sorry to cut you off, but
well, let me ask you. Let me ask you all something that I was asking Cyber. Do you believe that racism has some of its roots in religion?
I don't. I mean, I know the Bible has been used like for it was like horrible, like but I have known some like religious people, like just seeing like documentaries or whatever, like in the Bible Belt, like they really don't like people outside of their race. Like I think sometimes it can have a tie to it, but yeah, I think sometimes it can be tied because, like, I mean, not the way I read the Bible, of course, but like by like I a lot of the ways that it has been used.
Anybody else?
Can you repeat the question?
I was going to say, I don't know, I haven't read that much of the Bible if there's racism in it.
Can you repeat?
I said that, do you believe that racism has its roots in religion? I mean, is religion rooted in racism? Do they correlate? Do those two things, is there a correlation between religion and racism? Is there a correlation between those two things?
So I don't think that the origins of racism started with religion. From what I've studied about religion, religion is a tool utilized to control the masses. And so that tool can be interpreted anyway to push out an agenda. You know, the Bible talks about, cherry picking certain things. And a lot of people do that to push their agenda while ignoring other things. And so I don't necessarily think that it's rooted in there. Like, for instance, I don't go sit up in a church, and I don't necessarily practice Orthodox Christianity. But in my particular spiritual practice, I do utilize the Bible, and even in my studies of my own particular practice, it was stated in one of the materials that I was reading that the African American population saw a different Bible inside of the Bible, So in the places where it would say, obey your slave master and something like that, those things, while they're there, are viewed in a different way from the slave master than it would be for the slaves. Some slave masters, justify that as a reason to have a slave, even though society speaking, we now deem that as inhumane behavior. Whereas the actual slave was viewing it as, do what you're supposed to do while you are in this situation. And one day that situation will change. And if that person has wronged you, then they'll pay for it. So it's just really going to depend on people's interpretation and how they see, which is why you can have some churches that do great things and you have some churches that will preach racial propaganda. It just depends on who's delivering the message and essentially what the fuck their agenda is.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to hear a story? Like a really interesting story. So a couple years ago.
We only want to hear it if you're going to be really, really graphic. If you're going to keep it clean and Christian, we don't want to hear it.
But no, well, a couple years ago during the pandemic, I joined like a Facebook group online. It was for Baptists, and the reason why I joined it was because a lot of the things like lined up, like, the type of Bible they read, all like those kind of things. I remember though, because I was a woman, like, I don't believe in women being preachers, okay? I just, that's very off-putting to me. But I do believe that if a woman has the same Holy Spirit as a man does, that she can speak the word of God plainly, but I remember I tried to like get in a conversation, like, and it wasn't like overpowering, but they basically told me because I'm a woman, I need to be bearing a bunch of children, and I'm not against having kids, but just the way they framed it, it showed how the Bible can be used, like, to, a lot of people want to say how a man, like, that's not that's no, like, this was actual, like, it was, like, for me at least, it was pretty terrible. And when I tried to criticize the way that the group would treat each other, I got called a wolf and a Judas and all these terrible things. And so I know how a lot of these groups they kind of eat their own, almost. Like, you know, like they nitpick every small little thing that you do. And, you know,
So what are you trying to say, Lady Celine? Are you trying to say that being barefoot and pregnant isn't Christian? Is that what you're trying to tell
no.
us? Is that what you're trying to convince us
No,
of
I'm
right
just
now?
saying how I didn't like how the churches tried. I'm not talking about gender roles within a marriage. I'm talking about gender roles within like the body of believers. Like, you know, if a woman's not behind a pulpit and she's just in mixed company talking about scripture, I just don't see what the problem is. You know, even though I don't believe in women being pastors, it was so heartbreaking, honestly, to just hear that. And you know, a lot of times they wear very long skirts, and I'm not talking about at special occasions. I'm talking every single day. And one lady got on me because in one of my Facebook pictures I was wearing like jeans and a t-shirt. But there's a verse about how wearing leggings or whatever, it's like underwear to them. And so they're very strict, like beyond just the normal type of strictness from, you know, abstaining from foreign, like extremely strict, I'm saying. And it was just, I never experienced that before in my life, so.
Yeah, well, I want to take a little sidebar before we go on, because you know we vacillate from serious to ridiculous to funny and all that stuff. But I want to take a little sidebar because I want to show everybody something. Hold on, let me turn it. Why the hell is it two of you down here? God damn it.
She's switching again.
Yeah, let me show y'all something, right?
I gotta get
This
going.
here.
Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate you coming through. Let me show y'all something right quick. All right. Now everybody is aware of what happened last week to all these folks out in Buffalo, right? Everybody is well aware of it, right? These people were gunned down, killed, murdered, and another 3 people were shot as well, but I believe they all survived the shooting. Now this guy, he has admitted to saying, I stalked, I hunt black folks and all so kind of stuff. He's admitted it, right? He's admitted it, he wrote it, he did all of that. Some white guy. Now I'm going somewhere with this. Y'all walk with me, follow me here, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is why I say, or should I say, this is why I asked the question, does racism and religion have a correlation? Because, let's go back here. Bring this screen up. All right. Bring this screen up. Uh-oh, and I see Nacho down there. We got us a Mexican here now. What's good, brother Nacho, our resident Mexican? What's good with it, man? Well, hold on. I want y'all to see this. Right? And it's this last paragraph right here because we got this picture of this guy's family. His name is Peyton. Right here. Peyton Gendron, right? And this last sentence here, it says, but the couple also insists that the teenager and his family were, for intents and purposes, normal. It is a good family, a very good family. It's unconscionable to me what happened. They're very average people, God-fearing. Now, they say his family is a God-fearing family, right? So one can assume he's been taught to be God-fearing too, right?
Right.
But somehow he had a manifesto. He wanted to kill all black folk. He thought black people were replacing other people. So I ask again, do you folks believe that his God-fearing family, parents, because the guy's what, like 18, so everything he's kind of growing up with, he's growing up with who? With his parents.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're church people and all this kind of stuff. Well-to-do family. It's not like, you know, they lived in a trailer park and, you know, they're eating roaches for dinner. So, right? So, where did this ideology come from? I mean, of course it could come from outside somewhere, of course. But that part of the whole God-fearing thing, where did he get this from if the quote-unquote religion that his family practices didn't have something to do with it, have some type of influence on him?
What about his peers? The people he chose to spend his time with?
Yeah. Well, if they're God-fearing, that begs the question. Now, if they're not, that's different.
If he joined a Nazi cult, that would be a different kind of religion.
Are Nazis religious?
I don't know. I don't know any Nazis.
Well, we've been joined by Brother Nacho. What's good, Brother Nacho? Your thoughts, sir?
Can't hear him.
Can't hear you.
Sound check, Nacho. Sound check.
All right, how about now?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, there we go. I think to answer like both what y'all were touching on right before you asked that and this, like there's definitely some ties still in religion. Like there's some people who took, I think somebody else said it too, like you can basically use a religion, unfortunately, for negative purposes. You know, we've seen that throughout history. So obviously I think there's still some of those backwoods churches that still exist, but I wouldn't say that. I don't even know. And you know, you could go check out this guy's church and probably figure it out for yourself, you know, check out where the area he lives and stuff and see if that has anything to do with it. But the internet, I think, is also a tool that gets used in that way too. So, I mean, if he already had some inklings or some beliefs in that direction, and then, you know, he found the right place to go amplify all those beliefs online, then it is what it is. You know what I mean? I don't think church could save that either. You know what I mean? Save him or push him any further if he really was already headed in that direction, you know.
Because I'm not sure. They didn't say they were Christians. They don't really mention anything about what particular, you know, religion they were. I just, you know, I was reading it, and when I got to the part where it said they were God-fearing people, that automatically made me want to save it for tonight, you know, automatically.
Yeah. I mean, you could put that on the whoever the author is for the article. I mean, maybe they have some, you know, feel some type of way towards religion and they decided to add it in. Who knows?
Well, you know, when it comes to this religious stuff, right? You would think, and I spoke earlier, I actually pulled up a quote from the one and only MLK, Martin Luther King. And he said that it is appalling that the most segregated hour of Christian America is 11 o'clock on Sunday morning. And I asked the question earlier, why is that? I mean, if these people are Christians, right? Or what we believe Christians are and supposed to be, why is it that Sunday morning is so segregated? Why are people so apart on a quote unquote holy day? Why?
I mean, I think a lot of that stems from, you know, just the way because society was segregated generally, and the churches are kind of the last thing to catch up. I think in the cities you have a lot more mixed churches. In the South, it's still, you know, pretty segregated. But I don't think it's necessarily like for our area. I don't think it's necessarily because everybody wants to keep it that way. It's just because we're out in the country, and if you want to drive to another church, you got to go, you know, however many miles down the road. You're going to go to the, you know, your local church maybe, or I mean, personally, I drive a long way because I'm picky about, it took me a while to find the right church, but
do
most
you
people just go.
Do you only go to churches where Mexicans go, Nacho?
No, although I've went to the Mexican churches before, the Iglesia.
So well, let me ask you, because I know you're like a Christian-y kind of guy. Do you? I mean, when you go to assemble, are you more likely to assemble with parishioners that look like you, or you just go to church and there's all kinds of people in there?
It would just all kinds of people. Like personally, I don't really care. I base it off of like the feel of like I have to go talk to people. I have to see how the choir is. I'm a big fan of singing. I love singing the gospel. So I mean, they got some weak choir, then I don't know if I want to go.
So you be at them holiness churches. You be at them holiness churches.
Yeah, but I mean, so it's just based off of a lot of it is really too the kind of service too. So it's like I grew up on Bible Belt Church where it's hellfire and brimstone, where every Sunday is you're going to hell and here's the reasons why, and that gets old real fast. So there's got to be some substance, to the preaching and some depth to the like at the church that we go to now. I don't even know who the actual pastor is. I don't think we have an official pastor. We got like a between 5 and 7 different people that can be given the service any given week. So, and I really like that too, because you glean different information from different people. Different people have their own interpretations of verses. You'll get a whole different sermon from, this guy than you will from this guy off the same couple verses. So, stuff like that is how I kind of like judge or consider where I'm going to go. But it took me a while though, because like I said, growing up on that type of church service every Sunday gets real old. So
yeah, well, I had see, this is my thing with with the whole church and religious stuff, and I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm actually pretty good friends with a bishop here. He doesn't care. He overlooks my raunchiness and my my vulgarity and my he overlooks it, and he's a bishop of a pretty good sized congregation, and him and I are actually friends. Believe it or not, I got to get the bishop on here one day, man. Yeah, y'all will get a kick out of the bishop. But anyway, and him and I, we talk. I haven't spoken to him in a while, but him and I would talk, and he would tell me all the time that you have people in the church, claiming to have the Holy Spirit and doing the holy dance, but they don't have the quote unquote holy attitude. And that takes me back to Sunday being the most segregated day of the week, because you would assume that all these people who believe in God and believe in treating people a certain way, it wouldn't matter whether or not you were in there with white folk or black folk or Latino folk, or none of that should matter. That should be the one day that none of that stuff should matter, because you would think, okay, fine, okay, let's flip it, right? Because that's what we do on the ridiculous race game, right? Let's flip it. Let's say you're always around white folk during the week. You're always around black folk during the week. You're always around Latino folk during the week. You would think on the holy day, that would be the day that you would kind of be with all people, right? I mean, that's why no? Why?
Because there are cultural differences in the way people worship.
Oh, so if you black, white, Latino, or Asian, you have a different Bible. The Bible's different.
No, not a different Bible, just a different way of worship. Like growing up in the black church is going to start at 11 o'clock, but Sunday school starts at 9. So you're going to be in Sunday school from 9 o'clock in the morning, and you're not getting out of church till 1 or 2 o'clock. Whereas when I went to white churches, you'll be at church at most 40 minutes. The choirs sing differently.
Where were these at? Was this in the north, in the south?
In the south.
What does that have? What does that have to do with anything?
It's the method. It's the method of worship. If I'm going to, let's say, I went and visited, what do you call that? 7-Day Adventist. I went to their church service. Very quiet service. Very interesting service. More intellectual. In the Baptist church that I grew up in, the choir is much more flamboyant, for lack of a better term. You know, the church that I grew up in, we partnered with other churches. Most of them were other white churches. The way that they worship was different than the way we worship. So we took turns going to each other's churches, and there was a difference. And generally, people are going to go where they feel more comfortable in what they're used to. So I don't necessarily think that it's racial in matter. I think it's cultural, because even in the church that I grew up in, though it was a predominantly Black church, we had a few white people that were in the congregation. One of which, 2 of them, they were missionaries. And they actually, when I was a younger girl, they ran the young program for the younger children, you know. And when I got older, then, you know, one of the associate pastors took over for the youth group or whatever. When I became Muslim, it was segregated by gender. So the men would be in one place, the women would be in another. And when it came together, it was still separate, you know, which was entirely different than the way I grew up, because I grew up in the Baptist church. We all just commingled together, regardless of gender. When I went to the non-denominational church, it was so many people in that church. They had things called life teams and life groups. So it wasn't necessarily a Sunday school or anything like that. It was, you found something that you were interested in. That's actually where I learned how to make quilts and things, because I joined the quilting life team. And in joining the quilting life team, I was able to meet mostly older women, because people my age weren't sewing no blankets. So I met older white women, Mexican women, Asian women. They were old women doing old women things, and I was able to learn from them. So it's not always just race. Sometimes it's just a cultural identification.
I like the way you're like kind of disappearing, like into the scenery, like you're like disappearing, you like appear, disappear. You know, it's like some shit from Marvel or something like that. But
yes, I'm an alien.
But to me, that still doesn't fly, because okay, if you are a quote unquote Christian or a Muslim, or you are Jewish, you know, whatever you are, if all of you are this thing, if all of you are Christian, all of you are Muslim, all of you are Jewish, there shouldn't be, because it's culture outside of religion. Does religion, is culture interweaved into religion? Like, if I'm a Black Christian and you're a white Christian, are we inherently different because we come from different places, because we're a different color, you know, we come from a different racial background? Doesn't the religion itself nullify all of that? It should nullify you being white, me being Black, you being Latino, because we're all reading out of the same good book, right? We're all reading out of the same Bible.
But that's what I'm
The
saying.
only thing that's different is us.
Exactly.
What we're studying is the same.
Exactly.
Unless you know your Bible got some special, you buy your Bible from some special white store or some special Latino store where it has different kind of scriptures because there's a different kind of God.
No.
Right?
But that's what I'm saying. We weren't different. Just the way that we worship was different. Like the white churches, when they came to our church, when we became teenagers, that's when you start building relationships and exploring the world around you. So when the white churches would come to our church, the youth from the white churches would be like, "Oh man, y'all choir is awesome." Well, to us, that's normal. We understand what they were talking about. When we went to their church, we were able to understand what they were talking about. And the first time we went to go visit a white church, we were shocked because they told us that we had to sing. It was the youth choir going over to their church to sing. And they told us that we had to perform at 5 different services. So we were like, oh man, we got to sing all day. We're going to be tired. We need to pack a lunch and all of this stuff. And we get to the church and they're like, okay, y'all come on, let's do our, let's go sing the songs we supposed to sing. We sing our songs. They go back and they say, go back there, get coffee, get refreshments, whatever, get ready for next service. Service was 20 minutes. 10-minute break. Next service come in. We sing again. They move out. Next service come in. They move out. It's a difference in the way that they worship. It wasn't like we were learning something different when we went over there to their church. It was the same Bible. It was the same message. It was just different. And even they even would come because we had a summer camp that we ran for the neighborhood children because the church I grew up in was in an impoverished neighborhood. It was in South Dallas. And a lot of those children grow up in extreme poverty and all the things that come with it. So they would come and they would spend 2 weeks to a couple of months there in the summer and help us run the summer camp, with those other children. And so that gave a different perception and perspective to all of us. We went to summer camp. The summer camps that we went to, they weren't predominantly Black summer camps. So we got to experience other people that were not in our racial group. And it wasn't like, oh, it's a big divide between us because, y'all are not Black and we're Black. It wasn't like that. It was the same message, the same ideology. We all working to the same goal. We just have certain differences that exist, and that's okay. That's what it taught me. It was okay that we were different. You're not wrong because you shout in church and they don't. That's just the way that they worship. It was also when I went over to the Islamic community, same thing. It was just different. Now they may split hairs between religious doctrine, like, oh, we don't like Christians or the Christians don't like the Muslims and all of this kind of craziness. But as far as the message of essentially being a good human being, it was the same. Can't hear you.
You're muted.
Oh, sorry about that. So do they organize specific churches based on lifestyle, maybe, and behavior? Because, like with what you talked about with the Muslim churches, how the men and women were separate. I went to a church that did that too, but it was like a Baptist type of church. They called it the old folks church.
So like that'll go with like denominations and different types of things. Just like even in the Baptist church, the church I grew in was the Southern Baptist Church. Southern Baptist churches are more quiet than regular Baptist churches, and then you have other Baptist churches where they don't do any of that. So some Baptist churches, we sang gospel at the church I grew up in. That's not something you're going to necessarily find in all Baptist churches, but that's something that you will typically find in almost all Black churches. And it's just because, you know, as we've heard on SKC's panel, we're musical people. So you're going to have that element. So if you have people that grew up in a church and you go stick them in a church where they sing more hymns than they would sing gospel music, that's going to be a little different, and they may not like that, because just like Nacho said, he likes the choir. So if he goes and the choir is, he might not like that. He like, nah, I got to roll out from these. This is a little boring for me, you know.
So it would attract the kind of people who like that environment.
That environment too, and it depends on where the church is, because the church that I grew up in, by the time I was born, they had an actual building. Before I was born, that church started in somebody's living room.
Yeah, my neighbors have a church.
Right.
Yeah.
And
They moved into a building 2 years ago.
Yes. So the church that I grew up in was in this building, and it was practically one big room.
Yeah.
And I grew up in that church, like I said, until I was around 24 years old. And then when we had left home, they started a building fund when I was about 11. By the time I was 27, 30, they had moved into a new building, you know. So, but in the area that the church was in, you know, it's a lot of impoverished people there. The demographic of people that live there were mostly Black people. So it wasn't like, hey, you Black, you got to go to this church. No, the church is in an area where Black people are. So it's going to be Black people there. I remember there was a little old lady, her name was Miss DeSoto. She was like Asian or something. She was in that church so long, I can't remember a time when Miss DeSoto was not there. You know, she went to the church. She lived in the community.
Right.
Miss QB and the other lady who were missionaries, they were white women. They were there religiously. Yeah. They were very instrumental in my growth and development growing up. It's not a whole lot of white people that live in this community. You know, it was never really a racial thing. It's just the demographic of where the church was located.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to touch on earlier. And I think some of what you were talking about might be more just differences in just the church in general. Because I know plenty of white Southern Baptist churches that love singing gospel, and I wish they would stop at 20 minutes, because I had to try them out whenever we were just moving up here with my grandma. And it just like you said, you'll be in church from 9 o'clock till 1 o'clock. So, yeah. And that was an all white church. So, I mean, and I've went around in different places too. So I feel like that's just the case with just going from church to church, really, too. People worship in different ways. Some people want to get in and get out. I mean, there's a Catholic church that's beside me. I've never not seen about 10 cars there. I don't know what they're doing, bro, but they're there every day of the week. Mm-hmm. So it's like, I don't know what they got going on, but they never stop worshiping. I don't think it never stops on Sunday. They're there every dang day. I see, different cars, all kinds of cars there. So
those are the real Christians. But
that's what they say.
I want to jump to something that I call, because here in the Ridiculous Race Game, I just kind of make up the rules as I go. And you're frozen, by the way, Lady Sunkiss. You've been frozen in this particular position for about 15 minutes here.
Okay, let me see if I can fix these. What the hell?
But I want to
there's a way to shut your camera off and on real quick. That might fix it.
Let's see.
Down at the bottom.
Well, while she's doing that, I want to flip to something that I call. Hold on. God damn it. Yeah, what happened here? Shit. All right, here we go. something that I call Saints and Sins. So you know there's going to be some bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's time to play Saints and Sins. Yeah, it's time to play Saints and Sins. And on Saints and Sins, what we like to do is convince the sinner to become a saint. Someone has to choose to be the saint. Someone has to choose to be the sinner. And you have a whole 30 seconds to do it. Now then, who wants to be the saint and who wants to be the sinner? Saints and Sins. Come on, people. Come on.
Well, I think Sunkissed should be the saint and convince me, the sinner, to become a saint.
Saints and Sins.
Oh Lord.
Are we ready? Hold on. Let me redo my damn clock. Hold on. Let me make sure the clock is right.
Because I am the most evil one here. So
So I have to convince you to become a saint.
yeah.
What's the sin? Does X pick the sin, or do you pick
Right.
it? How does this work? You're just making it up?
Unbelieving. How about that?
Yeah, she's just a sinner. You know, all sin is the same. So they say. You know, stealing a candy bar out of the store is the same as murdering somebody. You know, as far as a sin is concerned. So it doesn't really matter. You know, whatever the sin is, the same. So, right? Because sin is sin. That's what it says, right? That is what it says, right?
Yes, that is what it says.
All sin is equal. So whether you are a pastor that's swing one of your parishioners' wives, or you just don't read the Bible, all those things are the same, right? They're all the same. So it doesn't matter what the sin is. Okay. So we're playing Saints and Sinners, and our saint is Lady Sunkiss, and our sinner is the good mother. So, Lady Sunkiss, are you ready to convert the good mother? Are you ready?
Sure.
All right. 30 seconds on the clock. Let the conversion begin.
You should become a saint because it will be much more rewarding to your life than being a sinner will.
How? How?
You will not incur the wrath of God if you become a saint. There's much more freedom over here.
You failed.
I failed.
You have failed. Well, maybe I didn't give you enough time. Maybe it should be a minute. All right. We'll try it again.
Oh no.
We'll try it again.
Well, actually,
I'm gonna give you
Nacho try because he's religious. He's more religious.
We're gonna do a minute. I think it's better. A minute.
Are we just dialoguing or I'm just talking?
That's what I'm saying. It's hard. I feel like we need to hear from the sinner first.
What the hell?
What do you say?
You gotta convert. It doesn't matter what the sin is because all sin is the same.
No,
so
I said,
doesn't
are we
matter.
going to converse? Do we converse or I just ramble?
No, you must convince this person to leave their sin behind and join you as one of the parishioners, one of the saints.
Oh, so basically I need to do what I did when they had us going out there passing tracts out to people.
Yes, you gotta be like what the hell they call them?
The Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, what the hell they call those people? Because I know the Mormons used to come to my house. What the hell they used to call? What the hell are they called?
Missionary.
Missionary. Yes. Missionary stuff. You have 1 minute. 1 whole minute. Are you ready?
I'm
the
ready.
Converting begin.
Oh, do you know Jesus?
Yeah.
Jesus loves you. You should follow him because he loves you. He can provide much freedom and love for you to help you overcome the struggles that you are facing in life. Aren't you tired of having to deal with the consequences of your actions? Well, if you follow Jesus, Jesus can help you not to have to go through these things, to even have to deal with these things, you know?
Yeah.
Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes unto the Father except through him. If you accept Jesus, Jesus can help you. He loves you. He just wants you to follow his way because he wants what's best for you. Are you willing to try this path?
Now for the big question. Good mother.
Yeah.
Do you believe?
I don't believe.
You failed. You have failed. So, being that you are our representative of saints, we're going to give you another minute. But this time, you must try on Brother Nacho. 1 minute.
Oh, me?
Yes. Are you ready to convert sinner Nacho to become a saint?
Okay.
Are you ready?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Let the conversion start now.
Are you happy with your life?
No.
Would you like to find happiness in your life? Because if you would like to find happiness in your life, if you just follow the path of Christ, you will find redemption and joy and peace beyond all understanding. Is this something that you would like to have in your life?
Yes.
Just following the ways of Jesus can help you obtain these things. And Jesus loves you so much, he will help guide you along the way. All you have to do is just have faith and believe and put your best foot forward, and you will see that your life will begin to change in miraculous ways. Are you willing to walk this path?
Now for the question, Brother Nacho. Do you believe?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna give it a, I don't know.
You failed with Nacho too. He's like almost there.
That would have had him.
He's like, he's almost he's got a foot in the church and the other foot on a damn banana peel. Like, you should have been able to get him in there easily. Okay, so okay, being that we did that, so now we're going to do this. This is something that I call. Hold on. This is something that I call. Damn it. Can't see. Might want to put the glasses on. Hold on, y'all. I read better when I have on my glasses for some reason. It's amazing how these things are. The best invention in the world. Glasses. The best invention in the world. These things called glasses. Now we play something that I like to call sins and saints. And being that the good mother has said she's the evil person, she will be playing the role of our sinner. So, good mother, you have 1 minute to convince these folks to be just as evil as you. Are you ready?
No, really. Well, I'm trying to think of which angle to approach this at.
Let me know so I can start the timer.
Xavier, I'm still not good at this shit, man.
So what? That's what makes it fun. No one knows what the hell's coming. That's
Okay.
part of the deal. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right, Sunkissed. I would like you to come join me in my cult of accountability. I would like for you to leave your church where you have this little safety net called Jesus that allows you to get away with the sins that you do throughout the week. So if you come with me, you'll actually have people around you that encourage. No, because this is sinful behavior. I've been trying to think of how to do this. I can't, Xavier. Oh, wait. It seems that your church thinks telling the truth is sinful, and my church over here is okay with telling people the truth. So would you like to come join the Truthifarians?
Now for the question. Lady Sunkiss, do you believe?
Not sure if I believe, but she makes a convincing argument.
Really?
So we'll just count that as a half fail, I guess. We'll count that as a 0.5 fail. So we go on to the next person.
I'll try it again.
1 minute on the clock. Now, Brother Nacho, you must convince him to be evil, to be a sinner like you, starting now.
All right, Nacho. I see that you are in a church that is ideologically infected, and they believe that everybody who criticizes their really crappy behavior is evil. I would like you to come join us on this side where we actually have integrity and truth, and we'll tell people the truth, and you won't be criticized for speaking the truth in this really ideologically infected world that we live in. We offer choir sessions for an hour each week, free, at the, what is it, a famous choir that people would like to probably sing with? What is that famous choir? That's a to join in the Truthifarian Church.
All right, Brother Nacho. Now for the question. Do you believe?
No.
Well, we move on to the.
You tried. That was pretty good with the choir. You tried.
Because I thought I've seen that choir before. What is that damn famous choir?
Which one? There's a few of them out there.
There's a few.
Which one are you talking about? Yeah, there's quite a few of them.
I don't know. I only remember seeing one, and people I knew were like, "Oh my gosh!" So I thought I'd offer tickets to that, like a basketball game or something.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna move on to the next round, and this is something that I call.
Wait! Nacho has to be one.
Do you want? Because I was gonna go to church or chicken.
What is? I don't want to. Look, we used to do this. I was in sales a little bit. We used to do this. I could never do it in practice. I had to be out in the field.
All right. Well, we can circle back around to it. This part of the game is called church.
I don't have to go. I'm good.
Church or chicken. Now, church is a place where I guess you can have sanctity, relief, survival. My other white person, get your ass up here. In church or chicken, this is the thing with
I
church.
figured that's who you're talking about. I know survival.
Oh yeah, survival. That's my dude. That's like our resident white guy. That's like the America's. He represents white America when he comes up here. That's my dude.
The soft white underbelly.
Yeah, man. You know, in church or chicken, you are a starving person. Now, you can go into church and hear the word, or you can have some chicken. But there is a caveat. If you eat this chicken, you will get sick and possibly die. But if you go into the church, you won't get anything to eat, and you may die of starvation. So what do you choose? Church or chicken? That's a tough one, isn't it?
Nah, I'm choosing church. If we're talking about survival situation, I got poison chicken, and I got poison chicken and nothing else. I'm gonna go pray to the Lord. I'm going out. I'm gonna get right with the Most High, and I'm gonna die.
Right. I'm gonna die either way. I might as well go trying to save my soul.
Forget about it. Yeah.
So you guys would choose church over chicken. You would not fall victim to your hunger.
I choose chicken. Me. But
even though the chicken would kill you.
You said possibly.
Yes, it would.
So there's a chance it would.
So you'd rather die from the chicken than die in the church? Than die of starvation in the church?
Heck yeah. Die hungry. Nothing in my belly. No thanks. I'm gonna die anyway. I have my last little bit of chicken.
Lady Sunkiss?
Based on what I know about church, somebody in there got a snack and they gonna give me something.
Somebody's grandma has a granola bar.
So you would go in there hoping that someone's got some snacks in their pocketbook. You can go in there hoping.
Bro, if it's my church, somebody's got a whole lunch, bro. Okay.
Yeah. Ain't no mix, no church, and you got no food.
So, of course, I mean, I don't know if they do this in white people's churches and stuff like that, but like mostly black people churches. I know when I was coming up, they would have pastor dinners. They would have these big old revivals where 2 and 3 churches would get together, and there'd be mountains and mountains of food, because all the church ladies would cook. And, I mean, it'd be enough food there to feed a freaking army, that everybody would take food with them and all that kind of stuff. But that's one thing about churches that I can honestly say about them. They don't really have any problem feeding you, and they'll feed you food and, of course, feed you a bunch of nonsense as well. True. But they have no problem feeding you, especially at those revivals, those church dinners, those pastor dinners. I know I used to have to pass out rolls and shit to the pastors and the bishops and shit, and I used to stick a couple of motherfuckers in my pocket because they were actually pretty damn good. I'd stick a couple in my pocket, maybe stick a fried chicken leg in my pocket too, Motherfucker be so hot it be burning my damn leg and shit. I have to run out of there. Because a goddamn piece of fried chicken burning the shit out of my leg in my pocket. But we've been joined by my man, the one and only Survival is here.
What's up, guys?
Survival. What's good with it, man?
I'm just chilling, man.
church or chicken?
I mean,
Did you hear?
No, but just looking at the words, I'm choosing chicken, but I don't know what the actual topic was.
Well, that means you would die because the chicken is actually poison and possibly kill you.
Oh, shit, man.
Because
well,
what
I guess I'm dead.
What I asked everybody was, if you had a choice to have some chicken, you're starving to death. If you had a choice to have some chicken that could possibly kill you, or go into the church and hear the word and die of starvation in there, what would you pick? You pick chicken?
I'd probably go church. No, I'd probably go that route. I'm not a real devout guy, but with given those choices, I'd go church for that reason.
Wait. So you're saying you would rather die hungry? Because you're gonna die either way.
Oh yeah, I'd rather not be poisoned. I'd rather
he'd be spiritually fulfilled. All right.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd rather go. If given the choice, I would definitely go to church rather than take some poison stuff.
Well, the only one that would choose chicken is Good Mother. Good Mother says she'd eat the poisoned chicken.
You want the poisoned chicken, Mandy? Oh my god!
I don't want to die hungry. If I'm gonna die anyway, do you know?
You already look hungry.
Hold on. You know how painful dying of starvation is? That's painful, man.
Wow. Well, being that survival is here now, I guess we can circle back around to sins and saints.
Oh no!
We don't got one now.
Well,
you guys got a white boy up here, so now you get to circle back.
Yeah.
The good mother, who is our sinner, it's her job. She has 1 minute.
No.
To convince you to be a sinner like her, or you have 1 minute. Or you have 1 minute to be convinced to be a saint.
No.
Lady Sunkiss.
Xavier, being since now there's two men here, maybe one of those should be sin and sinner and then saint, and then they have to convince us.
Why is this dude wearing a wig though?
Who do you say?
What?
Who do you suggest? Who do you suggest be the sinner? Definitely not Nacho. Nacho's not.
Messed up.
Definitely not Nacho. He's
Why not?
cut out for being a sinner.
Okay.
He's not cut out for being a sinner. I don't know. Do you want to be a sinner, Nacho?
Root for the sinners?
No.
So do you want to be the sinner, Brother Survival? Can you be the sinner?
I don't know how it works, but I will. I'll go with the flow. You guys just tell me what you want me to say. I'll be a sinner. I'll be a saint. You guys let me know.
Okay, you're the sinner. Convince these two ladies up here to be a sinner like you. You have 1 minute to do so. Are you ready?
I guess.
All right. Start passing down the sin now.
All right, sin. I'm not highly religious, but sin. What do you think? Take you out for drinks. You want to get some drinks, or let's do some drugs, or premarital sex, or what? Gluttony or something. Let's sin it up out here. How many sins have you guys done? I don't know. I'm not a very religious guy, you guys. Yeah, I don't know. Sin in it. I got to convince you to sin.
Well, is murder?
Lemon drop drink. Hey, you better not interrupt me while I'm trying to get you to sin. I'll buy you a lemon drop drink at the bar. Whatever. I don't know. Is that even a sin to drink? I don't know. I tried my best, guys.
Ladies, now for the question. Do you believe?
No.
Yes.
You neither, good mother.
No.
You failed, Survivor. You didn't make them sinners.
I was trying to help him and slip murder.
Well, yeah, it's all right. That's okay.
All right. Well, how about we do this? How about you be the saint and try to convince them to be saints? Let's see if you can convince the ladies to be saints.
Okay.
Let's see if that works out better. 1 minute.
All right,
starting
so,
now.
Again, go ahead. Start it up. I'm not a highly religious. I'm not a highly religious guy, but if you want to be you want to be a saint, something that I think that you probably want to do things morally, like have some morals about you, and I don't know, think about future generations and things like that. Really, what? Try to help some people out, do some helping, you know.
All right. Well, how about who the hell got shit playing in the background?
One of them does. But yeah.
Damn shit.
Do some helping out, be motherly, kindly, and nice and stuff like that. You get yourself some sainthood, lady.
Now for the question. Ladies, do you believe?
Nope. Nope.
Come on now, be a saint out here.
Is Lady Sunkiss frozen again?
No.
Oh no, she just being still as hell. Damn, I thought she was really. I'm like, damn, her shit frozen again. She got the mannequin shit going on right now. Well, let's talk about what do you think is the making. What do you folks think is the making of a quote unquote saint? Like, what are your ideas of someone who is a saint? What do you think a saint is?
I mean, like, didn't St. Patrick bring like Christianity to Ireland or something like that? I don't know. What do saints do? Like, I don't know. How do you even get to be a saint?
Exactly. What is your idea of someone who you would? Because we use that a lot, right? Oh, this person is a saint.
Well, we have Valentine's Day. So, like, what did Saint Valentine? I forget what he did. Or I don't even know if is it he? I don't know.
Well, I believe Saint Valentine was something different, wasn't he? He was like
they did some saintly things.
I don't know about that. Well, they said Saint Valentine was like this bishop, right? He was a bishop back in the Roman times, right?
Sure.
He was a priest. I believe he was a bishop, you know, back in the early Roman times. I think he was thrown in jail at one point because he didn't want to obey the emperor's orders to stop making Christian marriages. I believe that's who Saint Valentine is. Don't pay me no mind because I ain't much for this whole
I have no idea.
Religious stuff. But I do believe Valentine was a bishop, and he used to do Christian marriages, and the emperor told him to stop doing them, so he was thrown in prison for that. So yeah. But they also said that he was somebody who also persecuted a lot of Christians and shit too. You know, so it wasn't, you know, his saintlyhood wasn't all about love. You know, I mean, he did do weddings now. He did perform weddings, I believe, but he also was someone who would help persecute said Christians also. So there is that. from what I understand, you know, the last thing I've read up on him, I haven't read anything about it lately, but I think that's who he is.
I'm not read up on either at all.
Yeah, me either. I'm not, you know, I used to be a little better at this crap than I am now. You know, I'm just kind of pulling shit, you know, from memory now. But a lot of these saints.
What about Nacho? What does Nacho think makes a saint? I want to hear what Nacho's got. And then Sunkiss and them.
Well, of course he's gonna say something really Christian-y. You know, he's gonna say something really
Nacho's pretty
Christian-y and
good.
churchy.
Nacho's pretty good at that stuff.
No, I don't think that it's. I mean, obviously, I would say that it's not achievable because all men and women are created in sin and die in sin. But I would say that if we were to call somebody that, most of the time it's people that aren't calling themselves that. It's like those people that you look at in your community that you're like, man, like I want to, like, how do I be as good an example as them? Like, how do I, what tools can I use to get to, you know, the place that they're at? And that's actually something that's kept me in church. Is I have some peers that I look up to like that. There's a family that I look at in our community. I think a lot of people feel the same way, and it's like they're not they're not evangelical about their Christianity. They don't go on trying to bring everybody into church, but just the way they live their lives, and they're successful and they're good people and they're good to their family, they're good to their friends, and you just look and you're like, what's at the core of, you know, how they got there? And a big part of that is their faith and their involvement in the church and the community and stuff like that. So I don't know. I guess maybe that would be a saint on earth. I guess something like that. Just
do you have to die first? Must you die first to become a saint?
I don't know.
I think probably you do.
Oh yeah, so you got to be dead. So what good is it? You don't even get to enjoy it. You know, because you shouldn't be able to get the title till you're dead, right?
Right. That's just the way it goes.
So there's two, like I see two definitions here. A person acknowledged as holy or virtuous and typically regarded as being in heaven after death. So that person, I think, would have to die first. An informal one, a very virtuous, kind, or patient person.
Oh, so there are no living people in heaven? Everybody up there is already dead? Jeez, that sucks.
Dude, I wonder how many people are actually in there. It's probably real crowded these days.
Oh shit, it's damn near empty. I'm telling you, heaven, when you yell down in heaven, it's gonna be like, hello.
There's a few good people up there. Yeah, there's nobody.
That's what it's gonna sound like when you get up there. You're gonna be like, hey, anybody here?
Yeah, if you actually make it, yeah.
When that's funny. I've heard people tell me to go to hell, and I'm like, I always tell them, fine, I'll save your ass a seat.
Like,
I
see you there.
See you there.
Seat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think hell will be easier because, see, there'll be so many fucking people in the fucking lake of fire. You can just like walk over their fucking heads, man. That fucking lake is gonna be full.
Yeah.
By the time I get there, it's gonna be so many fucking people in that lake, man. It ain't even gonna be enough goddamn fire to burn me. I'll be able to just walk all in their fucking heads. Go ahead.
Is that really Sunkiss that we have on the panel there? I've never seen her before.
Absolutely.
Well, what does she think? What does she think?
You've been on here with her before, Survival. You guys have been on the ridiculous race.
Yeah, I know. I've just never seen. I don't think I've ever seen her in person.
Oh, you never seen her with her blondie Barbie doll freaking fucking hair?
No, I haven't seen her. I haven't seen her with her blonde hair before. No, I haven't. It's a new one for me, guys. What a cutie.
So, what do you think? What do you think a saint is, Lady Sunkiss?
So, based on the time I spent in Europe, all the saints they're dead, you know, but they were martyrs for their religion. So, in Italy, each particular region or city had their own patron saint, and there was a story that came with them. And so it would be really strange to see some of those images. Like I went to one town and the patron saint had like swords sticking out of her neck. And all through the town, that's what you would see, this saint with these swords sticking out of her neck. The town that we lived in, this particular saint, she around Easter time, they would have these cookies, and the cookies would be shaped like boobs. And her story was,
did you say boobs or boots?
Yeah, boobies.
Boob. Oh,
breasts.
Okay. Cookies shaped like boobs?
Yes, because her breasts were cut off because I think a certain king or something wanted to marry her and she wanted to stay a virgin because she's like a nun or something. So he chopped her boobs off.
Mm-hmm.
So all of them, they were dead, but they were like martyrs. And so they became, you know, they don't say deified in the Christian religion. They're sanctified. So they make them saints.
So the people ate these
Yeah,
cookies
you eat
that
the
were
cookies.
you eat the cookies that are shaped like titties. They're shaped like tits. And this is Christian. You're eating some cookies that are fashioned after someone's breast, and this is considered Christian.
Dang, man.
Wow.
It was very interesting. It was a very interesting time. It's but I like to go. I saw a dead the popes in the we call them the cathedrals.
Mm-hmm.
They're still in there in full regalia in a glass casket, just laying there. Hundreds of years, dead man, just laying in the church every day.
So
right there.
so are they preserved? Do they look like themselves, or is it a goddamn skeleton in
No, he looks like himself. He he don't look like he's freshly dead, but he still looks like a person in full regalia in this glass case right in the sanctuary. Because you know, in the Catholic Church, when you go in, they have all these different altars. You know, for
is it like a wax figure or
no?
They say it's the real person.
Oh, it's really him. Really him.
The parishioner, the pope that opened the church or started the church, when he dies, they preserve him inside of the church. So he is dressed in full regalia in his rest in peace pose.
You think they're lying, or you think it's really a dead guy? You think it's like a wax, and they just tell everybody it's really him?
No,
or?
that's a human. If you see it, you will know that is a human. For hundreds of years, that man has been laying there. If they founded that particular cathedral, when they die, they are immortalized there. That was the weirdest shit I have ever seen in my life. I was like, it's a dead man.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, it was. It was very interesting to see, like, right, and it wasn't just one particular church. All of them
every
were
church.
like that.
Where's this at?
This was in Italy.
Well, better walking around, seeing the freaking, walking in there and seeing the dead man encased, as opposed to freaking eating cookies that are shaped like people's private parts.
Yeah, you get that out in the town. So like they have all these different bakeries and things, and come Easter in the city of Catania, you'll be able to get the cookies that are shaped like breasts, and that is from the story of what was the Saint Agatha. That was her name. Those cookies were to patronize her, and then in the other town.
Did you eat some of them? Did you eat some?
I tried one of them just to see how it tastes or whatever. Some of the stuff is good, but I was like, so I didn't even realize that the cookies.
Did it taste like breast or breast milk?
No,
did it taste like breast?
Did it taste like mother's milk?
No, it tastes like a cookie. It didn't even register to me.
Notice how I asked her. did it taste like breast? She didn't say, "Oh, I don't know what breast tastes like."
Tastes like a cookie.
I was expecting you to say, "I don't know what breast tastes like."
Well, I would hope that would go without saying.
No. Well, see, the guys now, men, we know what breast tastes like. We don't expect women to know what breast. Well, nah. Well, I guess they could.
I was gonna say nowadays.
I mean, maybe
Depending on
if you
what kind
ask
of
like
women
a 2 or 3 year old, maybe they might, but or whether I don't
Yeah,
even
but
know when people stop. But
I don't know if
yeah.
I would want to eat a cookie that was shaped like a breast. Like
But this
if
is the thing. I didn't
I'll
know
do
that.
it. I'll do it.
Me
it
too.
looks like a breast, but it's a cookie, like why the hell would I want
I'd
to
eat
eat
one,
that?
dude. I'd probably lick a little bit.
So I didn't know that the cookies were supposed to be breast. I just know that I kept seeing these cookies everywhere, and I
What
started
color were
talking.
they? Were
Huh?
they?
He said, "What color was?"
Yeah, what color were them? What color
Well,
were them titties?
It
What
depended
color
on
breast was? What
Yeah.
color breast was the cookie she was
Yeah.
eating?
What color breast was it?
It depended on the
Come
cookie.
on, man.
Oh, was there more than one?
It depended on the type of cookie.
Oh,
So
it depends.
they were
Okay.
all shaped a certain way. I didn't know what they were. I just thought it was some type of
Oh, so
Italian
was it shaped like one breast, or was it shaped like a set of
So you
breast?
go in, you know how like when you go in the bakery and they have all these cookies and stuff. So they have all these different shaped cookies, and they had these cookies that were shaped like breasts. But I didn't know that they were breasts. It wasn't something that was in my mind. I didn't know what it was. And so talking to the people that had been there and had experienced the culture, they were like, "Have you had the booby cookies yet?" And I was like, "What the hell is a booby cookie?" And they were like, "You haven't seen them? They're everywhere." And they were like,
That's
Oh
funny.
yeah, oh
They
yeah. I'm looking at it on Google now because Good Mother just sent it. Yeah. Well, they don't really look like. They don't look
Right.
like no damn breast. Not really. They don't
Right.
really look
That's
like
what
breast.
they
They look
look
like
like.
some.
So
They look like some fancy like cupcake is what they kind of look like to me.
Yeah.
They don't really
yeah,
look
so
like
I didn't
breast.
realize that that's what it was until they told me what it was, and then they told me the myth of the Saint Agatha, and I was like, oh, and that's when I realized that that's what they do to patronize that particular saint. In the other town, the saint had the sword sticking out of her neck. They didn't do cookies. They had more like statues or pendants and necklaces, sort of like the way we wear the crucifix. They would wear that saint around their neck or on a bracelet or something like that. So it's different for each region. Each region has their own saint, and they patronize each one of them in a different way.
Mm.
So it was
Yeah.
interesting. Like I was like, there. So y'all eat booby cookies. Y'all have statues of people with swords sticking out of the carotid arteries. There's a dead man inside of the
So
church.
are you trying to say these are white people things?
No, I'm saying no.
This is definitely white folk stuff because ain't no damn
yeah, dude. This is straight up white people shit, dude.
ain't no
That's
damn
white
black
people
church
shit.
gonna have a dead
damn.
motherfucker in a glass, goddamn laying in the damn church for 50
Eating
years.
boob
goddamn
cookies,
it.
dude. Eat some titties,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, ain't gonna be none of that shit in the black church. That shit ain't gonna fly. Yeah, that shit is not gonna fly.
All right.
The dead bishop is just in the church and you gotta walk by him every Sunday. The hell no. Nah.
Titty cookies,
Now that
dude.
one,
dude.
that would
white
be weird
folk
to me. Like, I don't think I could just go to a church with a dead guy in it every single
No,
day.
that
Like,
shit was crazy. I was like
that's
just
white folk
walking
stuff.
around because I grew up in the Baptist church, so I didn't know much about Catholicism, but I know they have these very nice paintings and stuff inside of their churches. So I was like, I'm gonna go in here and look. And I went in and
Who's gonna
they
go
have
in there
all
and
the
look?
yeah, I wanted to see the paintings on the ceiling, and I wanted to see what the altars look like because in the Catholic Church they have all these altars against the wall in the sanctuary.
Well, let me ask you this, Sunkiss. Do black people they paint ceilings like with artwork where you come from, or is it just like a regular color? Because where I live, white people just paint the ceilings with like regular color, like it's just like white or whatever ceiling. But like these church people, man, they get some shit going on up in there on the ceiling. I don't even know about that. Nacho he probably knows about some like beautiful ceilings somewhere out there. I don't know, man. People get some beauty
Depends
going
on what
on.
kind of church it is. It all depends on what kind of church it is, because different churches practice different kinds of stuff. So I mean, it all depends. It all depends. Yeah, and Good Mother sent me these pictures of this dead man laying in a damn church, and people are actually up against it, touching it, praying by it, and notice they all white people. They all white people. Because black people, we ain't even trying to do that shit. We are not trying to be praying by that damn glass with the dead man in it.
I can't say that it's necessarily white people shit because I was in
You saw
Europe.
black people doing it. You saw black people
but
doing
I have never seen a dead pope in a Catholic church in America. That is definitely not American. I don't think any church has a dead man in the church. That's some European shit,
Saint Teresa, though. They have a saint in there.
Yeah, because he's Saint whoever, right?
No,
That's why he's in there, because he's what?
It's a chick. If you scroll down, there's a Saint Teresa.
Okay, let me see.
Mandy, would you ever paint anything on your ceiling? Like a nice something or other around up there? Is that what white people do?
No.
I considered it before. I considered painting a picture of my ceiling once or twice, but
no.
I'm kidding.
I mean, are you familiar with like Michelangelo?
Yeah, but it would be Survival Angelo at that point.
Yeah.
Put a picture on the ceiling.
I'm gonna pull some of these dead folks up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull some of these dead people up.
I thought you would have pulled up the booby cookies.
Glasses. Yeah. Well, if I pull those breast cookies up, they might strike my shit. If I do that.
I bet they got there's somewhere out there they got booty cookies too. I guarantee it.
My shit. I do
some
that.
King cut off some booty too.
My shit might get struck if I pull up them goddamn cookies that look like breast and shit. It might strike my shit.
Yeah, that was quite the cultural shock for me. I was just walking around looking at the altars because they got different statues of Jesus and Mary and Jesus and all these different people, and you just keep on walking, and then you get to the front of the church, and it's a dead man just laying there, and a little plaque, he been there about 200 years. What the hell?
Yeah, because this picture that y'all looking at to the right, this isn't even a dude. This is Saint Teresa that's in here, laying in this glass thing, dead. But she looked like a dead person. She do not look preserved. All right, she looks straight out of some horror flick type.
No,
shit.
she's dead, dude. She's dead.
Yeah, she looks dead. She don't
She's
look preserved.
She's dead as fuck, dude.
She don't look like she just died yesterday. She looked like a prop from a horror movie.
The DED dead, like straight dead.
She is definitely dead. She got that old corpse look. You know that corpse look where the mouth be open and the skin is all raggedy and shit. She's got that look. Yeah,
there've been some bugs. Some bugs have been around there. Yeah, she's got the look. Yeah, but Teresa, Saint Teresa. Sure, there's a reason why. I just don't know. I don't remember.
But see, my whole thing is this: why? Wouldn't it be better to have like a wax figure of the person as opposed to having the real person there? Like, wouldn't it make more sense because you're still honoring the person? Yeah, you're still honoring the person. Why do you have to have their goddamn decaying body laying?
What they said that the person that opened the church was also responsible for protecting and overseeing the church. So even in their death, that is still their job because they founded the church. And so when they die, they preserve them inside of the church.
Well, that's fine and good. I mean, I'll reiterate it again. I'm not very highly religious, so I come from a point of view of like logic and just I'm a little bit agnostic, right? But I kind of know what you're talking about, Teapot, when you're saying like, why wouldn't you just do an homage and let this person have a
Yeah.
burial,
Yeah.
than have their decrepit ass thing going around here? Like, just do, especially if
Yeah.
they're
Plus,
saint. I get it. I
what
get
does
it.
that what does that do for the family? I mean, me, I was really crazy about my old man, but I don't think I would want his body laying somewhere in some damn glass. That would bother me, especially being that he been dead, for like 20 years, and I can actually go somewhere and literally see not an homage to him, but him as he decomposes.
Did these
Like,
people
I
have
don't,
ever
I
have
don't,
children though?
Coming
I
from
don't
a
know how
point,
good I
sorry,
would be with
Mandy,
that.
my bad,
I
Mandy.
was gonna say, do these people like have a legacy of people that would care?
I mean, I would think, who else would be preserved in a glass box? Somebody has to care about you if that's your fate.
I don't believe that priests and nuns and things of that nature in early Catholicism had families. They weren't even supposed to have sex. So I don't think that would necessarily be an issue, which is why even in your death, you're still charged with overseeing this church because this was your job.
Right.
So why do he look so preserved and Saint Teresa look like that thing off of Tales from the Crypt?
The Crypt
Like
Keeper.
why why she look like the Crypt Keeper, but what is it? Padre Pio, he looked like, he just died yesterday.
Well,
His beard looks groomed in the whole shit.
I mean, they say men age gracefully, so I don't know, man.
Oh, even after
Right?
death?
I guess so. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Padre Pio, here's a better picture of him, right? And the Pope is there. I think this is the recent Pope, right? And look how preserved he looks. I mean, he looked like he just died this morning. He don't look like he been in there for a while. He looked like he just died this morning up in there. Now it's still kind of creepo, it's
Right.
very creepo, but he looks like he's in pretty good shape. He looked like he's gonna jump up and be like, "Where's my coffee?" He kind
It's
of got
modern.
that look on him.
You think it's like modern day mummification type of thing, like the way they were doing with mummifying pharaohs and things like that in Egypt. It's like they've got the technology so good that they can really make that.
Well,
Even then, it
that's the
might not
real
even
mother.
really. It
Is that
might
the
not
real
even
Mother
be.
Teresa in there?
It might
That's the
not
real
be.
mother. That's the real Mother Teresa in there,
That's
right?
what they
She
say.
didn't.
That's what they
She
tell
didn't die
you.
that long. She didn't die that long ago. She didn't die that long ago, right? When did Mother Teresa die? When did she die? Let me see.
Was
She
it
didn't
60s, 70s, 80s? I don't know. I don't remember.
die that long ago. She died this shit.
I don't even know. I don't follow any of it.
1997. But when you look at Mother Teresa already looked like a corpse even when she was alive. So I guess that's
Right.
why, she kind of she had a corpsey kind of look. Let's see what's up.
So is that a thing, dude? I didn't know that. Do they put them in glass cases? Is that what they do?
In
I
Italy,
didn't know.
they do.
In what?
Wow.
In Italy, they do.
Oh, see, I didn't know. I didn't even know that.
And when
Yeah.
did Padre Pio die? See, now I gotta do some comparison here. He died.
Right. And then how old were they when they died? That would make a difference too.
Yeah, when did
True.
Padre Pio die? We must find this out. We must
Yeah, that
T.P.O.T. investigates.
Well, but
Right.
Xavier, that other
T.P.O.T.
Mother Teresa that
investigates.
was on there in that glass case, the one that was kind of looking to the side, she looked
He He died in 1968. Way before, 30 years before. He died 30 years before Mother Teresa. 30 years. So how come, well, I say again, I mean, Mother Teresa already looked kind of corpsey. So, okay. I guess that's what it is. Because I'm looking at him when he was alive. He looked like he was, he looks like he's in way better shape than Mother Teresa. I mean, Mother Teresa looked dead when she was living. So I guess that explains it. She don't look much different. Her alive picture don't look much different than the picture of her in the glass casket. So I guess that explains it.
Is Mother Teresa a white lady or is she a Hispanic lady? I don't even remember.
Well, if she's there, I think she's Italian, probably, right?
Italian.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I didn't even know.
Yeah, she's Italian.
That's some supremacist shit, right? Right, Nacho? I'm just kidding, man. Italian supremacy.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah, probably. Who knows?
Do you folks think we'll ever see a black pope? Will there ever be a black pope, or is Catholicism too bigoted for a black pope?
I don't even know if it's like that. I think it's just the. I mean, that you got to get it somehow. You got to convince a lot of black people to move to Italy.
I don't know a whole lot about
but that's not how they pick the
way
popes,
worse than. I mean, I know it's not, but like, first they got to be there, right? I don't know. I don't know how it works. I'm not a Catholic.
Be over in the Vatican City, right?
I think that it may eventually happen because I remember about probably 10 plus years ago, it was a big deal that they were about to get a black cardinal.
Yeah, there's what, like two of them? There's like
and that was
two black
a
cardinals.
really big deal. Sort of
is that something you guys care about? Like, do you guys is that something that you like to hear? Like, is it a good thing? Like, or T.P.O.T, like a black cardinal, do you guys care about that kind of stuff?
Do I care if it's a black cardinal?
Like, for Catholicism, like,
I don't know.
Do you guys care about it at all?
I'm not Catholic, but when I hear
I'm not either.
about
I don't give a fuck who it is.
people of color being able to get places of notoriety where historically they were not able to, I think it's a good thing. It's a sign that, this so-called idea of equality is coming,
Yeah,
rising.
it has a degree of historical. It has some historical meaning. I mean, it's kind of like if there ever were, if I was to live to see a black pope, it would be the equivalent of seeing a black president. It's something that you thought you would never live to see. Right. So in that context, I mean, I don't expect them to do shit for black people now. I mean, let's not go too far.
It would be kind of cool to see.
Yeah, I don't expect them to do shit for black people.
What if there was like an Asian, a Korean pope?
The Korean pope.
Are we gonna go through the popes? Is that how progressive we are now?
This is the what is it? The ridiculous race game.
Yeah, this is the ridiculous race game. So anything's possible. Anything's possible.
Get a Korean pope in there, you guys. I'm telling you, we'll be fucking. They'll set us straight real.
Anything's possible. But I would find that kind of interesting, man, if there was if there was a black pope. Of course, I'll say again, it's something that I never thought my ass would see. So, just the fact that I lived to see it would mean something. I don't know how much it would mean, but it would mean something. It would have some type of historical context, It would. Yeah, but that's about it,
man.
That's about it, though. It wouldn't mean too much more than that, outside of that, meaningless.
I guess totally maybe meaningless. I'll ask Mandy on this one too, because as far as race goes, like, I've seen the way they are changing some school curriculum and how the the whole air quote whiteness, like white people, traditionally have had a lot of these roles or whatever. And I don't know, we're like, just because I was born white, like maybe I am more. I'm not surprised when like white people are fucking elected to things, or white people
Bro,
are this
yeah,
and
are you
that.
trying to say like it's kind of like lackluster? Like it's kind of cool that they get that they get to celebrate like, oh, we got our first black president, but like for white people, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, it's
We
just
just
another
don't.
guy.
It's just normal. It's just, yeah. For
Yeah.
me, it rolls off. I'm just like whatever. Like it's that happened. But like when Prophet of Thought was saying like it would be somewhat of a celebration because he'd not seen that in his life. I don't have that. I don't have something like that for me because I'm white and like I just don't put a whole lot of weight
Demographic
into
is
my
majority white.
whiteness necessarily. Like, yeah, like
Right, and you know
I'll still
that
celebrate
brings up
along with everybody else. Like, I'll still celebrate with everybody else when there's a milestone. You know, I'm not trying to. We're just living life out here.
that brings up a good point because there was a little girl at a school, and she said, "Oh, it's so cool that y'all get to it's so cool that y'all celebrate Black History Month. I wish we could have I wish white people invented some things." And I was like, see, that's the problem. When you are the standard in society, it is glazed over. And that does something to a child, you know. So now you got this white child, even though she's sitting in school and she's learning about all these different things that white people have done, she can't see it because there's no special day behind it. You know, there's no celebration behind it.
There sure
honestly,
is. There sure
I think that's what's happening
celebrations
with like.
behind.
I think that's what's happening with some of these like farther right like groups with like the. I don't know a whole lot about him, but that guy like Nick Fuentes and the guys who follow him, like the America First and that other lady in Congress that he's like getting together with or whatever, and everybody's saying they're like super like racist stuff. I noticed that there's a lot of like younger kids that follow those guys, and I think a lot of them are just like probably in that kind of space. Like first of all, a lot of them are just trolls. They're just young kids saying dumb shit because they think it's funny and they're not supposed to. And so that to go against the grain and just be teenagers, like they hop on these little these like off-brand streaming platforms like Cozy, where these people have had to go and they just talk about like the craziest shit. And it's like, I think some of that does have something to do with that. Like they're not, like she was saying, like they're not seeing it. So it doesn't seem obvious to them that like white people are going to be fine. Okay. Most people stay within their own race just out of their preference. Like it's not even like that. Like nobody's making America beige. Although if they did, I wouldn't fucking care, honestly, because then we wouldn't have shit to talk about. This wouldn't be an issue. But like the reality is there's no takeover. White people are not going to be a minority. Like just statistically, it's just not going to happen. But if somebody's preaching it to them, like, well, this is a way we can do, whatever for the white, rate, we can become relevant somehow. Then they believe it because they believe that they're not already. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, but going back to what Sunkiss was saying, like when white people do anything, like it doesn't matter. It's not celebrated like if a black person does something. But statistically, with our birth rates, it is a possibility. And immigration that, the demographic of white people in our country keeps shrinking and nobody's paying attention to that.
Well, I think that people. So when it comes to white supremacy,
yeah,
I don't hold values of that. I don't think about that at all.
Right.
But my girlfriend now is Hispanic, and we're planning on family in the future. And
really,
it's not even like I have no feelings of like promoting the white race. That's not. I've never been motivated for that. It's not a motivation for for me, it's like,
dating out? Are you dating out, sir?
But
Are you dating out of your race, sir?
Yeah, it's never been a problem for. I've never had an issue. I've done it before. I've dated out of my race before, and like
Right.
I've never thought that it's not a deciding factor for me about race.
Right.
I don't know.
But can I just say this? It's not just white people that the birth rates have become a problem for our future. It's Western civilization.
It's America, all Americans, I think, right now.
Yeah, and European countries. That's why Europe allowed a bunch of this mass immigration, because they were already struggling with.
Yeah, there were some countries where they had to, because their birth rates were so incredibly low that they were like not even gonna. Yeah, they were gonna be in really bad situations in the future.
It's a social problem that we have.
And I think, like, when it comes to things like Black History Month, whereas, you know, some people feel like, oh, White History Month, that would be asinine. I think for the development in the psyche of children, yeah, you probably need to have a White History Month, because they're not processing that most of what you're learning is going to be about white people. They're not seeing that in their children. So why not highlight it so they can see it, make it visible for them? Because we are in a changing society. And because society is changing, if you're highlighting one and they can't see their own things, then that's going to create a deficit within that demographic of children.
But Sunkist, in our society currently, people don't celebrate anything white people do. They only celebrate what a minority does. So.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I think that it may be time to revisit the question of, should there be a White History Month? If for no other reason than for the psyche of white children, you know, because that gap was kind of bridged with Black History Month for Black children, because we don't see ourselves in the society as doing positive things. So we're going to fix that by creating Black History Day, which turned into Black History Week, which turned into Black History Month. Well, now we are in a society where the racial gap is kind of closing, and what's happening is you got this celebration of, you got Black History Month, you got Latina Heritage Month, you have Women's History Month, and all
even
of
though
it.
women are the majority,
right? And you have but you don't have a celebration of whiteness. And to the people that come from the older generations, while we may understand why that is, for the newer generations coming up, they live in a different world. So we can't continue to do things the same way. I don't see an issue at this point in society to say, okay, let's highlight the accomplishments of white people so white children can understand that they still also have.
Oh, watch out, Lady Sunkiss. Boy, you gonna be accused of coon talk.
right? I mean, you haven't noticed that Sunkiss is literally a coon.
Bro.
That's
I mean,
coon talk. God damn it.
Oh no.
No, but the only demographic of people that doesn't have anything celebrated is the straight white man. They get blamed for all the atrocities.
That's a whole nother thing.
Of the past.
Well, it's just men right now too are on the coals right now.
Who?
I said just men right now generally.
Yeah.
Well, do and I want to ask the whole panel, and we've been rejoined by Simon, by the way. Do you think a lot of this stuff does it have its beginnings in religion? Not just racism, but feminism and all this other kind of stuff. Does it have roots that were began with religion? Did religion light the spark to racism, feminism? You know, is it based on religion?
I would say I don't think so. I think
It's not.
there's always going to be ties, because people, like I said earlier, like people will try to use religion any which way they can to justify whatever they believe in. You know what I mean? Or vice versa.
Religion comes from those beliefs.
Yeah. And one of our
And there are many, many religions and there are also people with their own ideas who, as we discussed earlier, like to nestle in to religious groups, whether it's a religion of feminism or religion of social justice or religion of Christ. They like to nestle in and hide behind someone else's virtue.
That's what I'm saying. They use that as a way to justify, they'll be, I mean, and you'll see this, especially this is notorious for like men that go like they take the thing too far. They like abolish the 19th and all this crazy shit, like put women back in the kitchen and stuff, and they justify that by saying like, well, women got us into this mess because they ate the fruit from the tree of knowledge. Basically, that's the whole argument, and it's like, come on, man, like. Who hurt you?
This particular argument right there was one of the reasons why I was like, I have got to get out of this church and get into study for myself, because I remember my pastor actually preached from that, and it was I had gotten older. I had heard this sermon several times because I grew up in the church. We're gonna do Wednesday night Bible study, choir rehearsal, all of that. I was in the church. And so I had heard this sermon several times, and I'm a teenager at this point. So I have my Bible and I'm reading right along with him. And the scripture says that she ate the apple and her husband was with her. And he totally did not read that part of the scripture. He just skipped right over it. And I was like, I've never heard this before. And if I wasn't sitting here following along with what he said, I would only know what he told me.
Sunkissed, I want you to look at Lemon Pepper's comment there, where he says white people celebrate 11 months out of the year in America. Do you think that's true? Do you think we
hold on. This just came across my news feed. Breaking news, goddammit. Breaking goddamn news. Jif peanut butter recalled due to salmonella contamination.
Oh shit.
The salmonella outbreak has been detected in 12 states and at least 14 people have fallen ill. 2 people were hospitalized. So if you got Jif peanut butter in your damn cabinet, throw it out.
No.
Dude, George Washington Carver did this to us.
No.
Throw it out.
Or eat it and then be a part of that. What do they call it when everybody, the class action? Eat it and join the class action, okay? If you're healthy, all right. Don't kill yourself.
Yeah, but what if it kills you? What good would the money do? Your people.
True. That's what I'm saying. It's a calculated risk, okay? It's a calculated gamble.
You'll be in one of those glass caskets. You'll be in one of those glass caskets looking like Mother Teresa.
Give it a glass. You get yourself in a glass casket.
I'm only kidding. You got to be careful on YouTube. Right? Don't eat it.
Into the glass casket with you.
X, I'd like to go back to your question. You were asking if this stuff is rooted in racism, or if racism is rooted in religion, and it's kind of the opposite. There are all kinds of groups that are used as rally points for ideology when they have certain commonalities. And people with common ideas tend to share the ugly ones in private, and then there's smaller groups within those groups. But the idea comes first before the religion, whether it's feminism over on this side or patriotism over on this side, or Christianity versus Satanism in its many forms. Anything that tries to deify oneself is essentially Satanism, because that was his religion, his ideology was self-glorification. And Luciferians worship him, but the other forms are basically seeing themselves as a god. It's a theistic religion, but it's like a self-ideological anyway, sorry, the ideas come first. If it's racism, that can form groups that turn into something that repeat the lectures, that reread the things, and they also create certain bindings. Another root in the word religion means binding. And then people become bound to whatever the group believes. Then they start taking vows. So it develops from the idea. And as Miss Sunkist stated a while back, it's a tool. It's something that's utilized, and it's it's not being used, it's being abused.
Yeah, but it seems a little counterproductive to if you claim that you're a Christian or a whatever, a Muslim, whatever you claim you are, it just seems to be that the whole thing is kind of hypocritical. If you're part of this so-called religion, you're supposed to treat people a particular way, and if you're this religious person and you're prejudiced and you're racist and you're all this kind of shit, doesn't that counter the whole fact that you're claiming to be religious? Doesn't that counter it?
Well, Christianity should not have any place for racism like that. It shouldn't have any place in the heart of someone who is aspiring to be like Christ.
Yes.
The problem is you have to look at the history of things. And if you look at biblical history, Islamic history, even some of the Eastern religions, if you look back at their history, these things were going on inside of the text that people utilize to practice said religion. Like Moses, I think his brother, they got struck as lepers for talking about his wife because Moses married outside of his race. And previously, it was stated that you should not marry outside of your race. But as time changed, things changed, rules changed, the game changes. And I think basically to answer your question and what Lemon Pepper said in the chat, white history is celebrated 11 months out of the year. That may be true, but we don't live in the same type of world. So you have to adjust what you're thinking and how you carrying out things according to what's happening in the society. And if you have white children who are being told on one end, oh, you're horrible because your ancestors did this thing and that's why things happen the way they did in the world. But in the world that they live in, they're seeing people of color and everybody pretty much move around freely. Then something has to be done to counteract the deficits that those children are going to face. So there's nothing wrong with saying, you know what, the world is changing. It's okay to have a White History Month because we don't want to happen to these children what happened to those children. History not repeating itself doesn't mean, oh, the demographic that didn't get to face it gets to face it now. The goal is to keep the shit from happening. So you can't say, oh, your ancestors did this. You're horrible, you're horrible. Because let's just be honest. How many parents are really going to take on the responsibility of teaching their children that, these things happen, but it doesn't apply to you? Most parents don't do that. So you can't teach that in school and then leave them at a deficit where they can't even see themselves being represented. We preached, fussed, hollered about, we don't see ourselves. Well, now we can see ourselves and they cannot. So what can we do so everybody can see themselves? What is wrong?
I think people should be able to see themselves in proper timeline as well as anything else, because that also provides perspective. I think it would help if we had what we all call American history and we celebrate it when it happened instead of taking anything or everything that black people in this country have done to help this country and put it all into a month of February.
Right.
I
Hey, guys.
understand. I understand that some good things happened and some great people were born.
Hey, listen, guys.
But
X, thank
What's
you for
up,
having me
Survival?
on your show. I have to hop off here real quick, and I'll be in the chat and see what you guys are doing. But very, very big pleasure to be on the panel with you guys, and the ridiculous race game is fun to play.
Absolutely, man.
Like hanging out
Absolutely.
with all you guys.
Survival, I
I
had to
tore
come
your
back
write up.
up
I
here.
tore your write up, man, from the other week, man. I tore it up, man, because you came up
Nice,
here.
nice.
Tore it up.
Yeah. All right, we'll see you guys next time. Hey,
I had
everybody
to
have a
come
good
up
night,
here
good
too,
weekend.
bro.
All right, guys, later.
Yes, sir.
Dude,
Take it easy.
I had to come up here too so I could get mine torn up. I got one.
Yeah, I
tonight.
have to tell you.
I tried cutting
'cause
out
you know,
early.
you white dudes, man, be derelict on your white representative duties up here, man. Sometimes, man, I had to write you up, man, to put you on probation.
I
But
won't get in any more trouble.
I wanna talk about the thing you said that Moses' brother was shunned because I believe he married like a Cushite woman. Now they claim that the well actually Moses married the Cushite woman, and they claim that the Cushites were black. All right, at least that's what you hear. Most people who teach the Bible, they believe that black people are descendants of Noah's son, Ham, right? That's the common thing that people say. Oh, black people, they descendants of Ham. I'm not saying that I necessarily believe it or not, but that's the common, wherever you go, that's kind of what people say. Now, there are a lot of people in the Bible that they claim are black, right? Some people believe the Queen of Sheba was black. Simon of Cyrene, he was black. They believe a lot of people, were black in the Bible, right? Even though the Bible doesn't necessarily say black, or the Bible doesn't say, well, Moses' wife was an African American.
Right.
It doesn't say that in the Bible, but that is what common people believe. Most people believe that these people were black. I guess they believe that Ham was black too. So and you don't know, because people will say
in that time period, you would have been. I mean, they should have been assuming they're around the Middle East and they're coming from right above Africa and around Africa. They should be dark skinned.
Yeah, because
generally,
there's common wisdom that they say that the Garden of Eden was actually in Africa. I mean, I've heard, people say things like this. I mean, when you listen to people talk about the Bible, there's like 55 million things you can hear. So I guess you kind of pick and choose what you believe. I mean, I've heard so much stuff, man, about the Bible. I'm telling, I was raised by church people, so trust me. I heard so many things about the Bible. All right. When I was young, I heard that everybody in the Bible was black, and then I've heard that everybody in the Bible was white. Everybody in the Bible was Latino. I mean, I've heard so much shit. All right, between then and now, I guess that's why I'm not a religious person now. Because I was I was raised by Southern Baptist, came up in a Southern Baptist church. My grandfather was a bishop. I had a minister on my father's side. My paternal grandfather was a minister. My maternal grandfather was a bishop. All right. My mom's was a Sunday school teacher. All right. So I mean, in and out of churches, man, pastors in my family, the whole nine. All right. But by the time I was a teenager, I couldn't deal with church anymore. But I did become a Muslim. Okay, as a younger guy. I did become a Muslim, as you know, this was after I left my parents' house and everything. I was a 5%er. You know, I went through the gauntlet.
Shut up. You was in the nation of
religion.
gods and earths.
Absolutely. Absolutely. For many years. I was in the 5% nation before I became a Muslim. When I left the 5%ers, that's when I became a Muslim. So, and now I'm none of that. I'm none of that. I'm just a person. All right. I believe that there is a higher power. I'm just not totally sold on what said higher power is. That's where I'm at now. You know, I don't claim any religion, just like I don't claim any political party. I've been a registered independent for like 25 years. I used to be a Democrat, not anymore. I mean, you look at my voter registration card, it says non-affiliated, not Democrat, not Republican. I mean, because I don't really like labels, all right? Because I kind of go with who has the best argument, right? Especially when you talk about political stuff. I mean, I would vote for a Republican. I would probably vote for a Democrat if he said the right shit, you know, if he stood for the right things.
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
the way the
same with
system was supposed to
Republicans.
work, anyways.
Yeah.
That's how
If
the
you s- if-
forefathers literally warned us not to form parties, and we did
yeah,
it
if
anyways.
you represent the right shit, you'll get my vote. You know, if you have the right issues that you represent, you know, and if I believe that you're going to do something not just for me, but people like me, you'll get my vote. And it's kind of the same way with religion. I mean, I've listened to people from many, many different types of religion, you know, over the course of my life. And some of them have very, very good points. And some of them have a load of bullshit coming out of their mouths as well. So, you know, it's one of those situations where you eat the meat, man, and you spit out the bones and fat. You know, and that's how I kind of look at religion. I'm not a religious person at all. You know, I don't claim any religion at all. I don't claim any religion. And my wife was raised by a Hebrew Israelite father. All right. She kind of practiced the whole Hebrew Israelite thing. I don't. But she does. I would never stop her from, you know, because that's how she was raised up. But I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, not even
Right.
close. Not even close. You know, plus I don't like dressing up like the Power Rangers. So, you know, there is that. There is that. Because they here, because there's Hebrew Israelites here, you know, they stand on the side of the road and they have on like the Power Ranger. You know, look like they look like Power Rangers to me. That's just how I describe them. The uniforms they wear. You know, they have the flashy colors, and some of them even have like swords on the front of their shit. You know, like those sword emblems.
You messed
But
up,
I
man.
I will get out there and talk with those brothers too. And likewise, not even 5 minutes from my house, right? There is a temple here, right? There's a temple here. And I talked to one of the brothers from that temple. I talked to him. I talked to the Hebrew Israelites. I mean, I got Christian people in my family that I talk to, and I tell them the same shit that I'm telling y'all right now. Same shit. And I talk to Muslims, brothers from the NOI, Hebrew Israelites, Christians. I don't have a problem with them being religious. As long as they don't have a problem with me not being religious. That's where I'm at. And I do believe that there is a little bit of racism, bigotry, discrimination interwoven into religion. And the reason why I say that is because I know that early on in this country's beginnings, that a lot of the bigotry, discrimination, and racism was justified by religion. A lot of the religion, especially when you talk about Christianity, I think they use a lot of Christianity to justify some of the racism, the bigotry, the prejudice,
You mean
the
excuse?
mistreatment.
You
Yeah,
mean
they
make
use
excuses?
Yeah, well, that's the same.
Yes.
That's what he's saying. Justifying. Yeah.
Yeah, they use the religion to justify it. I mean, they use the religion to justify the prejudice and the bigotry. Now, I'm not saying everybody did it, but I think it was a tool to kind of get people to go along with racism, not just the people who were being subjugated, but also others, right? Also others. I think they was like, hey, this is what God want us to do, as far as these people are concerned. I think that was a thing. All right. I think that was a thing. So there's no way that it's not that way now. I think there are still people who think that way now, because a lot of these people who do some of this racist shit, some of this prejudice shit, are people who claim to be Christians. And I don't think those two things go together. I don't think you can be a bigoted person, a discriminatory person, a racist person, and still call yourself a Christian. I just don't think those two things are simpatico. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe part of being a Christian, you must be somewhat racist. I don't know.
No,
I
think I agree.
don't.
I mean, I feel like most Christians would agree with you. I think there's that stuff still exists, but I think that's all that shit is dying out. And I think when you see shit like that guy, lashing out, and even that, I don't even think that's tied to any. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it was tied to some kind of backwoods church or something like that. But I think that's the reason why you see some of these guys getting so vocal, like especially on the internet where they're behind keyboards and stuff. I think it's because they realize all that shit's dying out. That you're going to see maybe a little bit of lashings out as it dies. But I think a lot of that shit is dead. And I think for a lot of those people, it scares them. And I mean, it should, I guess. You're on your way out. Like, there's YouTubers going to that. I don't know if you guys know who Jadeon is. It's this black YouTuber guy. He does like funny videos and pranks and stuff. He went to that place in Arkansas that's supposed to be like the most racist town in the country or whatever. And it's like, part of me was looking at that like he's just joking and stuff and kind of like making fun. But it's like, part of me is like, bro, this is where we're at. Like, this is a good sign, because if this is supposed to be like the most racist town in the fucking country, and this dude's just chilling, walking around, videotaping, just hanging out, and nobody screaming at him, cussing at him, or anything crazy. Like, everybody just went about their business. He even talked to people and was asking about why do people say this is the most racist place. It just happens that this one guy happens to own like a church, and it's not even in the town. It's outside of the city limits because they ran him out of town and they didn't let him have his like church there and stuff anymore. So it's like all that stuff is on the fringes at this point. And I don't know. It was like, as crazy as it is that kind of like thing still exists, that guy still has a church out there, that he's like openly like says he's a KKK whatever wizard or whatever he calls himself. Like, they can't do it. They're like neutered at this point. So I don't know. It just seems like, as negative as it is, I think it's a good sign that all that shit is kind of like dying, at least from what it seems like when you really dig into it. I don't know.
Do you think that there will because I've read reports, and I've actually posted them up here, that America is becoming less and less, quote unquote, religious as time goes on. We're becoming less and less religious. And I read a study earlier when it was just me and Cyber up here, that the people who were quote unquote religious had the most skewed kind of views of race and racism. It said that they were more likely to say that there is no racism, that kind of stuff. So
wait, say that again. Sorry. That religious people would say that?
Yeah, the people who claim to be quote unquote religious, they were more likely to say, there is no structural racism, that kind of thing. It seemed like the people who are involved deeply in religion are the people who are the most out of touch when it comes to like racism and shit, But you would think that's the way it should be, right? Because if you're a person who's deep in religion, of course, you know, you believe everybody's the same, everybody's treated the same, and blah, 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 right? But in a sense, the report that I was reading was accusing these people of being more racist because of their inability to acknowledge racism.
Yes. So was it written by feminists? By chance?
That seems wild.
Yeah, that's what it said. I mean, you know, it was just me and Cyber up here then, and I was reading it, but that's what they were saying. They accused them of being more racist because they didn't acknowledge.
Oh, I see what you mean. So being indifferent is what made them like racist. So it's not like they're saying that it doesn't exist, or they're just okay. That's weird.
Yeah, they're more apt to say, if they're a religious person, they're more apt to say, oh, you know, there's no racism, you know, there's no structural racism. You know, we don't have a problem with black people, you know. So the report accused them of being, you know, the more racist people.
That's crazy, man.
The racial sensitivity training type.
I'm not. I mean, Cyber's right here. He was here with me. He heard me reading.
Yep.
That's messed
It
up.
does
man.
add to the numbers, doesn't it?
Well,
It
and I
adds to those
think there
numbers.
is. Well, the problem too is that I think that like, so like I always talk about like I have an issue with like, I don't have an issue with like academic CRT. I have a problem with like what the average reader and what the average, you know, the student who goes to 3 lectures in the class and then drops out to take up to some other elective. That I have an issue with what those people talk about that stuff, because I think there was a big misconception whenever people started talking about systemic racism in the past, like, you know, and really pushing it in the past like 4 or 5 years, because they weren't doing a good job of explaining what the fuck it meant. And you know, they just say like there's systemic racism, the system's everything's against like black people, and they just leave it at that. And to disprove that is pretty easy, because you're like, show me a law in the book. That's the line from anyone on the right who's trying to debate these people. They're just like, show me the law, show me the racist law that exists, and then they can't do it, so they look like idiots. And so that's easy for people to just be like, oh no, it doesn't exist. But what they should be able to explain, if they understand it at all, is just that at some point there were some laws, and so we have to kind of like suture this wound that had happened in the past. You know what I mean? So it's not happening now, but we still have to, you know, we're not getting beat up anymore, but now we got to treat our wounds. We got to fix, you know, some of this stuff. We've got to like adjust for what has happened in the past. So, but nobody can explain that properly. So you got a bunch of people running around being like, these people are just lying to you. There's no such thing. You know, this shit never existed.
But that's a recorrection going the other way, because that kind of stuff, it's like the affirmative action and diversity, inclusion, equity policies that disproportionately give beneficial treatment to any of the groups of people that have been discriminated against in the past.
Yeah, well, and that's
everybody able to get preferential treatment except straight white men. So it's a recorrection that totally destroys meritocracy.
I would agree mostly, but I think there are certain things that can be done, like especially to combat like redlining and stuff. You don't have to hand every black person a check, or every person that's not, you know, white or majority white a check. It's just, you can go to the places that you know are fucked up, give them more funds to take care of their cities, and put it into action and build communities, build community rec centers, you know, put whatever, you know, bring business, do something to incentivize bringing businesses to those areas and stuff like that. And so you raise the property value of the areas that were devalued initially, instead of literally just handing people. And that way you're helping anyone who lives in that area that is, you know, living in an impoverished area. You're helping everybody. And now the majority is probably going to be black in a lot of the areas, like especially that were affected by redlining, but there's also going to be white, you know, families that are struggling in there too. And so that you're going to feel that like, okay, we're helping people who need help. You know what I mean? But
yeah, it just seems like to me we've come to a time now where we have went like full circle, where people who don't acknowledge racism at all are considered racist. How can you be considered racist because you don't acknowledge racism? I was we were a week, I guess it was like last week, we did a show, right? And it was the ridiculous race game, so it was like 2 weeks ago. And we were talking about laws, law and order. And they had a lady who went to law school, and she was complaining, she said, because there was this rich white guy, and he was so rich that he wanted to finagle his taxes. So what he did is when he filed his taxes, he reported some of his income as being his wife's income, even though his wife didn't work. Now, this lawyer, she thought that it was wrong that he got all these tax breaks and was able to do that because her parents, both of them, had to work. And the IRS laws are not based on your color. They don't even collect any, racial information at all. It's based on your income.
Yep.
And her and the people on the fucking radio station was saying it's racist that they don't collect any racial information. I'm like, how the fuck? It's racist because of how is it racist if they don't collect any racial information? They want racism.
That was what so that was what I think I was trying to get at that, and I kind of forgot at the tail end of when I was talking about like the whole like the way like CRT and these new what happened was like this. There's this branch off called like anti-racists, and that's like a new upcoming thing or whatever. It's like, and they're open. They say that same thing. They're like, it's not good enough to just be not racist. You have to be anti-racist. You have to be out there finding the racism.
Finding racism wherever you can.
That's the new thing. And it's like a fad, bro. It's like a fashion trend or something. Like, it's weird because these people are like sycophants. Like, and a lot of them are like just a bunch of white liberals on Twitter who have too much fucking time because their parents are usually well off and they're just sitting in their grandma's basement, Googling everything they can to find how, Dr. Seuss is racist or like whatever else. It's like, come on, man.
But it's totally ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. There is no racism in it. So that makes it
racist. Yeah.
So let's add a racial component to it. So it's not racist. I just thought it was the craziest fucking thing, man.
It is exactly.
Go back and look at the last ridiculous race game that we did, y'all, and y'all will see exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, this shit is just crazy.
But that's exactly what it is. It's crazy. These people that are doing this shit are mentally ill.
Well, okay, so to tie that back into religion, I can tie that back into religion because I think, like you said earlier, there's a large demographic that's becoming non-religious now, and I think the only problem with that, like, people can believe whatever they want, but I think the church, whether or not they're preaching the right things, whether or not they're, being hypocrites or not, it does provide a community and it provides faith and it provides purpose in it and it provides meaning to your life. And so when people walk away from that, they have a void to fill. They have a vacuum of like, and a lot of the people fill it with identity and identity politics right now. Currently, that seems to be the thing. And then it's been other things in the past, like as there's more and more people moving away. But I think it's especially obvious right now that a lot of people are just feeling that, like missing whatever they're missing. And so they start treating, they still like desire those kind of things. They just still desire the community. They still desire the faith. They desire the purpose. And they find that within politics or their identity or whatever. And so that becomes their new religion. So now they're out here, like crazy people.
Yeah.
But group forming is a biological imperative, so it's natural to form.
It's natural. That's how we survived as humans. It's literally programmed into our DNA. Like it's the reason why when people like, you know, do weird things in public, we cringe, because as a group, you know, if we were all in a group surviving and one person does a wrong thing and now we're all getting attacked by a bear, you know what I mean? It's like, it's literally programmed into us to be like somewhat normal, quote unquote. Like you have to follow what the group does because that's how we're trying to survive out here, you know? So
is social justice a religion? I mean, do people look at some of this social justice shit as a religion?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious at this point. Yeah,
it's a polytheistic religion. They worship on the altar, and it's interchangeable. They have like women, they have Black, they have Hispanic, they have gay, whatever they're worshiping at any given moment.
And I think the problem with that is that they don't realize that they're doing it a lot of the time. I think some of them probably do recognize it and they just keep going with it anyways. But I think the majority of them don't even realize that they're treating it this way. But you know what I mean? At least with religion and churches and stuff, you know why you're going. You know what I mean? You understand what it is and why you're going, and that it's providing sustenance to you and a meaning and a purpose and all this other things. Like, you know.
But a lot of these SJW types, they learn that and they pick that up in college, at university. They think their purpose is to do all these things.
Well, that's where a lot of them become agnostic and atheist. I was talking to some guys in another like political chat thing the other night, and they were talking about how, I mean, these guys are, one of them was 35 and his mom still doesn't even know that he's basically an atheist, and he doesn't tell her because whatever, like it happened in college, and then like he just doesn't want to, like, she's old and he doesn't want to like break her heart. He says she's like a super hardcore, like, you know, conservative Christian or whatever, and he's like a liberal. I don't think he's like far left, but he's pretty far left of center, I guess. But like, you know, it's like that. Like they might not even be telling their parents that they're atheists, but they're going down these pipelines, so to speak, and you know, they tell mom everything's fine, and then they're throwing piss bottles at people at some protest, you know, beating up Trump supporters in red hats. So like, and then they're arrested, and mom's got to bail them out. So
right, well, because the peers, the group that they find themselves in or gravitate toward.
So the people who believe in religion or believe in God or whatever they believe in, do you think that a lot of these people are mixed in with the social justice people? I mean, do you think that a lot of these social justice people are also, you know, Christians, or they're kind of mixed in there, right?
I think there's some, like, in the, like, if you're talking about like, I know Democrats who like are Christian and who are pretty progressive, but I don't think they're on the same level as like what I would consider like these SJW. I would consider the type of people that are like literally every day they're finding something to post about or scream about online that's like, this is racist, that's racist, this thing, that thing. So that's what I'm thinking of when you say like SJW. So I'm not sure, but there are progressive like Christians, so I don't know.
Yeah. No, they're in every single institution that we have in our country. Every church, every like.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've seen some church now that I know what you're saying. Yeah,
it's the women that are predominantly the social justice warriors. So
yeah, there was some. I remember seeing some articles about some churches that were like being protested against. I think it was other Christians protesting against them because it was like in the South, and they were like a super pro LGBT, super like third wave feminism stuff. So
yeah.
I mean, of course, a lot of them are, you know, a lot of progressives are. I would assume that a lot of them are, you know, secular progressives. You know, they don't have anything to do with church or religion at all. But I'm pretty sure there's some churchy people, you know, some quote unquote, believers who are mixed into the fray of that. That's probably what gives them the justification of being a social justice warrior, right? Because they are a Christian or a whatever, that might be their justification for getting out there to marching and setting cars afire and burning down buildings and shit.
Yeah, maybe I could see that. Yeah,
But any
Or
feminist,
maybe even going all out and making a song thanking God for abortion. That was ridiculous.
Oh dear.
right?
Yeah. So because isn't the whole the abortion thing, isn't that, that's intertwined with religion in there, right? I mean,
Yes.
those things are mixed. Those things are mixed in there together, aren't they?
They're definitely mixed in there. But I think there's a whole I've heard some people that are not even. They're definitely not like Christian. They're like atheists, but they argue in favor of. They find philosophical reasons to argue in favor of being pro-life or whatever because of the, when they believe it is. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of religious stuff that backs it. You know, a lot of the times, I know down here, when you go, you ride by certain places because there's a few of those places here, and you drive by them, and the people that are out there, protesting in front of these places, they got signs with scripture on it. They got signs saying this is against God's will. This is, Jesus died.
Dude, those people are everywhere.
This.
Yeah.
I went to Washington D.C. and I live streamed some of the MAGA rallies and stuff because when I started getting into any type of like talking about politics or anything online, I had a belief of what was going on and a media narrative, and I was like, well, I'm either going to prove it or disprove it, and so I was like, I had the means to get out there, so I got out there. But those people were out there every time. There was some random. They were dressed up in robes, and they were it was the end is now, and repent, you're all sinners, and it was who are these people? They were wearing robes, and they had the hoods down so you couldn't see their face. Yeah. So their face was in the shadows. Bro, they were all into it. And I was like, who are these people? Yeah, and even you got pretty conservative, right-wing Christian people, and they're looking at these people hey, you see those people, man? That guy's crazy, bro.
And guess what? A lot of that stuff, man, is grounded in religion. Because a lot of them are coming from a religious standpoint, man. A lot of them are coming, strictly from what they believe, far as, in religion.
It's just crazy that religion. I feel it was the same guy because at every protest I saw I swear it was 2 or 3 of them, man. And they were dressed exactly the same, and they had a rope that would tie around their robe. Their robe was one full piece of fabric, with a giant hood where you couldn't see their face or anything, and they would just hold the sign and just turn and face people and turn and face people. It was weird. It was real strange.
See, me, I don't have a problem with people. Yeah, I don't have a problem with people being religious, but what some people got to understand is this, and we're gonna wrap up in a little bit because we almost at 4 hours. We 3:59 right now. I don't have a problem with people being religious. You do what you want to do. Like I said, I was raised by religious people. My thing is this, man. As good as religion has been for some people, religion has also caused a lot of problems for people. People have died because of someone else's religious belief. And I'm not talking about the holy wars from the days of old. Right. All right. I'm talking about right now in the 21st century, the people are dying right here in America over some religious something or another.
Yeah.
So there is that. People use religion to justify a lot of different things. And not all those things are great, because I say again, you got a lot of people who do some of the most bizarre shit in the name of religion. So, I mean, a lot of I do stories about mothers killing kids. And guess what? A lot of those women said God told them to do it.
Right.
Jesus told them to do it. They were sacrificing these kids for God and resurrecting somebody else. And, because that's kind of my
Yeah.
thing. I go in deep when it comes to these mothers killing the kids and shit. That's why we've added a new section to the T.P.O.T YouTube page. Those of you who do not know, we do something before every stream called the Old Mama of the Day. Yeah, we do the Old Mama of the Day before we start every show. And we have a different mama who has murdered her child or children. And guess what, y'all? I'm never going to run out of material.
Oh, wow.
That's terrible.
Oh, yes, it is. That's why I do it. But see, I'm never going to run out of material.
Yeah.
Ever. Ever. And a lot of these women who kill these kids, they do it in the name of God, Jesus. Yes. So we have to be wary of that. But I'm going to go ahead, man, and wind this up, man. I'll get parting shots, final thoughts from everybody. Whoever want to go can go.
Final thoughts.
I'll go. Thanks for doing this, Xavier.
Absolutely.
I enjoyed, honestly, I enjoy these conversations more than the actual race game. So
well, we got to do some serious shit and some fun shit. That's it kind of works back and forth. Some serious, some fun. You know how it is.
I like the sporadic fun during the seriousness, though. The spontaneous. But yeah, I really enjoyed it, though. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Parting shots.
I would just say that even though there's always going to be people that are going to blame religion. If you find that that's something that gives you purpose and that's something that you want to you want to find yourself a good church, then power to you. I would just say personally, it took me a while to find a good church, and I didn't go for a long time. And to all you Christians that don't go to church out there, take your time, man. You don't need to go to church to be a Christian, okay? No matter what some of these other Christians tell you. But yeah, do your thing, man. That's it. That's all I got.
All right. Yeah, man. I appreciate you coming through, Nacho.
Well, I just came back up.
Next time we have one of these religious kind of talks, I'll drop you a line.
Okay.
All right, man. Anybody else? Parting shots?
I just wanted to get my ticket torn up.
Oh yeah, man. I tore it up as soon as you came up here, man. You are back in good standing, man. Clean slate once again, man. You are once more one of my white America representatives. Don't worry about it.
I saw Survival was up here getting one of his removed, so
man.
I couldn't let him get ahead of me.
Oh yeah, man. I gotta have my white America representatives. It wouldn't be the ridiculous race game without them. When we have those questions of, when we ask you guys, like, why is your ice colder? That kind of stuff. Do you have a special refrigerator? We need people up here to answer these questions, man. You know that. But I appreciate you coming on.
That's the first time I heard that one.
What? The white man's ice is colder?
Yeah.
Yeah. The white man's ice is colder. You didn't know that? So we have to have people like Cyber and Survival, to explain it, to clear it up. We want to know. We want to know what kind of refrigerator you got, goddammit, because your ice is colder. What kind of refrigerator you using? That kind of stuff. But they good sports, man. They still come up here. If you know, I talk all this shit, they still come. You know, so it is what it is. I tore their write-ups up, and hey, they welcome back anytime they want. You know,
I
welcome
appreciate
back
it, man.
anytime they want. Absolutely,
It's
man. You know
it's said with
you welcome
love,
up
and
here
I
all the
can.
time.
It's said with love, and I can hear it. So
You know it, man. You know it. You're always
appreciate you.
welcome up here. You know that.
Yes, sir.
Lady Sunkiss. Final
Okay.
thoughts, parting shots.
I think religion is a tool to help a lot of people be better human beings. At the same time, anything can be used for good or evil. Some people are going to utilize things and they're going to justify it for the wrong reasons. And I think when it comes to religion, spirituality, or any of these things, I think it's all the same thing. And at the end of the day, the goal is to actually be a humane person. And regardless of what your religion is, your spiritual practice is, you should be trying to be doing the humane thing for the next human being. And I think a lot of people get so caught up in what they believe, what they want to happen, what they want to see in the world, they forget to leave people's humanity intact. And I don't necessarily think that religion is the reason for that. I think it's just a personal choice between two people. Two philosophers I really enjoy watching their dialogue go back and forth is John Locke and Thomas Hobbes. One said that man was inherently good, the other one said man was inherently evil. Me personally, myself, I stand somewhere in the middle. I think we can be either one depending on what the day is like. So I think at the end of the day, the goal should be to just be better human beings and be kinder to each other, regardless of whatever your particular ideology or belief is. Because as long as you keep people's humanity intact, then that is going to push you in a position to do the best thing in the regards to humanity. That's how I feel about it. And thanks for having me up. I enjoyed my time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know you always welcome up here.
Thank you. Have a good
Peace.
evening.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up, y'all. We had some fun tonight, man. Y'all know how we do it up here. We talk some shit, we have some laughs, but we actually talk about some serious shit too. It's not all fun and games and motherfuckers cracking jokes and shit. Sometimes we actually get up here and talk about some serious shit. A serious conversation actually will break out from time to time up here. I'll say this, man. I'm not a religious person. Haven't been a religious person for quite some time. I'm not that keen on religion because I don't really think religion is necessary. If you have a belief in God, you have a belief in God. I don't believe you got to go to some building or nah, man, fuck out of here. If you believe in the Bible, guess what? Your Bible say the same thing that the preachers say. What he got in his Bible that you don't got in yours. That kind of stuff. That's kind of where I'm at with it when you think about religion and God and everything. Like, I don't need somebody standing in front of me and a thousand other people for me to be convinced about something. All right? I don't need any of that shit. If I believe in something, I believe in it. I don't need this dude standing up on a podium trying to fucking convince me of it. If I already freaking believe it. Right? I don't need him up there telling me shit. I don't need him up there talking to me about nothing. I don't need him to read the fucking Bible to me. I can read it to myself. I don't need him to stand up there and read it to me. I can read it to myself. That's where I'm at when it comes to things like religion. That's where I'm at. I don't need you to be the go-between between me and God. I don't need that. I don't need it. And I think that's where we kind of fall short, because we think we need some type of go-between between us and whatever deity we believe in. And I think that opens us up to manipulation, right? Because it definitely opened black people up to manipulation, didn't it? Because there were people serving as a go-between between black folk and a deity. And once they start to rely on this person as the go-between, guess what? That go-between can tell you anything now. That go-between can tell you God wants you to do X, Y, and Z. Even though X, Y, and Z is counterproductive to your own well-being, your own safety, counterproductive to your own state of mind, counterproductive to your own better judgment. And far as the racism in religion, I think there's some in there too. I do believe it. I do believe it. Because if it wasn't, churches wouldn't be so segregated, would they? Because if you're truly Christian or religious person or whatever, like I've been saying all night, the color of your skin and all that shouldn't even matter. You shouldn't be divided by color at all. Or could it be that church is the one place that we can be segregated and it is accepted? Because we don't accept segregation anywhere else, right? You don't accept segregation in your neighborhood, your schools, your job, in stores, in malls, in parks. Segregation ain't accepted there, is it? Everybody's allowed to go to that school. Everybody's allowed to go to that park. Everybody's allowed to go to that store. No matter where it is. I can go to the whitest part of town and guess what? I can walk right into a store and be the only black ass person in there. And guess what? If they try to not let me in there because I'm black, guess what? There'll be hell to pay, wouldn't it? There'll be a problem. It would go viral. And likewise, a white person or a Latino person or an Asian person can come to the blackest part of town. And you fuck around and try not to let them people in there because they white, because they Latino, because they Asian. You will have hell to play, wouldn't you? But guess what? A lot of those white churches, all white people. A lot of those Latino churches, all Latino people. And definitely some of those black churches, all black people. So church is one of those places that to this day mostly remains segregated. But is that necessarily racist? Or is it that we'd rather worship with people that look like us? One to think on, ain't it? Yes, it is. It is one to think on. But tell me what you think, man. Comment section is down there. Unless they fuck around and block this shit like they did the last video I did. They fucking locked me out of it, marked as private, had to appeal it, also kind of bullshit. But other than that, let me know what you think down there, man. I'm interested in what you have to say, good folk. But this is what we do here, man, on the Ridiculous Race Game, man. We talk about prejudice, bigotry, discrimination, and we have a few laughs, man, at racism's expense. All right. All right. So we're going to go ahead, man, and wrap it up, man. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, man. As always, you could have spent your Saturday night anywhere, man. You decided to spend it here with us. It is appreciated, man. I don't take you good folks lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. Shout out to everybody who came through tonight, man. The Good Mother, Cybertoxin, Survival, Nacho, Lady Sunkiss, and Lady Celine. I appreciate everybody for coming through tonight, man. As always, we may be talking about this again, man. It all depends on what goes down, especially when it comes to this Roe v. Wade thing, because I know a lot of this is wrapped up in religion. So we may be talking about it again, man. But once again, man, I appreciate all of y'all, man, coming through tonight, man. Good stuff tonight, man. And, shout out to everybody who came through and spent some time with us tonight. All right. All right. So with that, be going on, man. Can y'all hear me now? I should be able to, right? Right? Yeah, it's on. Yeah, man. I appreciate all y'all coming out tonight, man. As always, man, I will leave you with 3 words, like I always do. Open your mind. Peace, folk. Live from the T.P.O.T studios, the game where we talk about discrimination, prejudice, bigotry, with all of the absurd hypocrisies and contradictions that come with it. Get ready to play the ridiculous race game. Open your mind.
The Prophet of Thought. The Prophet of Thought. know, you know. The prophet of thought. Prophet of thought. Open your mind, 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 open your mind.